All right, we are live. Give it a little second for a couple more people to go ahead and come up in here. So to Demarcus, Ali, I think that's it. I see in here, Golson. A lot of folks probably got mad, got impatient, like, what the hell? Taking this nigga.
350.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be on my whatchamacallit, right? Y'all here on my
Let's see. Few more seconds. Like I said, I'm gonna skip that first topic for now.
Solo, you got a YouTube channel?
yes. That I post travel content.
Oh, that's good stuff.
All right, we don't have to skip now. Cool. All right, so we got everybody here now. Let's know if I gotta change this. Hold on. All right. So we're gonna start off with the black church one first.
I see Cairo. What's
Hey,
good, Cairo?
Todd. How are you? I haven't seen you in so long. It's good to see you.
Likewise, same here. Good to see you. Yep.
Yeah. I always ask about you. I always ask Jamie about you.
I appreciate that. That go both ways too. How New York City treating you up there?
I love New York. I love the culture. I love the diversity. I mean, I love it.
Yeah. Same here. Yep. I spent 3 years up there. I stayed in the Harlem section of New York, Uptown, when I was there for the 3 years. Yep.
I love Harlem. It's so much culture. The only thing that I don't like about New York is the winter.
Right. Right. Yeah.
But
yeah, definitely don't miss that. Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
They say it ain't enough fashion in the world to make up for how cold, or what they call it up there, how brick it be. That's that
it's
New
a
York
different
slang.
type of cold, because I'm from the South, so I'm used to like New Orleans cold, California cold, but New York cold is like an Antarctica North Pole cold. I wasn't prepared for that. I was like, what the hell? But other than that, I mean, I like it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So we're already behind. So let me go ahead and do the introduction.
All right.
Oh, welcome everybody. Appreciate you once again for another segment of Black Check Chronicles. You already know majority of the panel and stuff like that. We got 4 new hot topics like usual that we're gonna dive into. We're going out of order this time, but you see the first one up there. I just know that I put spiritual sport. I don't know how autocorrect must have did that, but let's just say portal. I don't know how it says sports, but it's spiritual portals. So y'all gonna have to bear with me on that error that is portal. Anyways, then we're gonna dive into the black church, whether or not that has been a benefit or a hinder to the black culture. And next, we're gonna dive into how AI, which is basically the future, and how that's going to affect us. And lastly, your boy Donald J. Trump and what he's been doing and how that's going to affect. So that's our four topics that we're going to be touching on this today, and we're going to start off with what's Sunday best. Everybody in church right now. A lot of us in church right now. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to start off with the black church in here in Black America and how that is affected. Now, as we know, what is that noise? Goodness gracious.
Just that. Yeah.
But as we know, the black church has been in our culture for a very, very long time. And everybody's asking about that clicker, and I don't, bro. I have no idea what that is. I guess for now, let's try to go on mute if you're not speaking right now, because we can kind of avoid a lot of that noise like that way. I'll go ahead and do it because I think that's where it's coming from. Honestly, I think it's Kai's side that's coming from. Yeah, I don't hear it no more. Yeah, it's coming from his side for some reason. But anyways, said somebody's phone is tapped. But yeah, so like I say, a lot of us are in church right now. And it's been in our culture for a very long time. And some, have started to pull away from it, and some still religiously go to it. So we're going to touch on whether or not we think it's a benefit or a flaw or a major hinder. Whether if the black church is a good thing or a bad thing, basically. So with that, Cairo, with this being your first time on the platform, I'll give you the first crack at it. I know you better go in on it, so y'all embrace yourself right now. Because she's about to really attack the black church.
I'm not about to seriously attack anybody. I'm gonna just talk about my experience.
Okay, so Cairo, go ahead and introduce yourself too as well. Anything you want to share?
Hi, I'm Cairo. Thank you, Jamie, for having me as a guest. And I have a little esoteric knowledge, and I'm just gonna talk about the things that I'm comfortable talking about with. And I don't mean to offend anybody. I explained to Jamie earlier, I have to be consciously aware who I talk to and who I have conversations with, because some people are shallow, and some people get offended by the truth, and they will try to attack you. But everything that I like to talk about, I like to support it by facts, so they actually can go back, research, and see for themselves, So I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just trying to talk about my experiences.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get your take on it. What is your opinion on the black church? Do you feel like it's a benefit or a hinder that
I
has
feel
been?
like it's a major hinder.
Okay, and so go ahead and explain your side of it. Why you feel that way.
I feel it's a major hinder because you can manipulate the people through church, and a lot of people are followers. The 90%, they're not consciously aware. That's why I ask Christians all the time when they try to come to deliver me a message. Well, what is church? What does that mean? What's the origin of that word? And they don't know. They can't even explain, like, where did it come from? And retrospectively speaking, what did our ancestors worship, or who did they revere before Jesus? So I have these type of questions, and I'm condemned. I'm scolded. So I don't want to go too much in on it, because I don't want to offend people. And Jamie, you know this. I wasn't raised in a conservative or orthodox home. You know, my grandparents are from Haiti, and I was raised in New Orleans, and we had to go in there and communicate with the ancestors. It wasn't no Jesus or none of this, you know, in my home. And a lot of people are Christians, and they get offended by this, and they want to demonize you. So, you know, this subject is like sensitive for certain people. So I just want to, because I can go in on it, you know, but I just want to get it from like, because everybody have their own different perspectives. And I'm respectful, you know, I want to hear other people's perspectives. So, I mean, Jamie, I mean, you can ask some questions like, what do you want to know? Because I don't want to go too deep and offend people, offend Christians.
Okay,
Because,
so
like,
look,
wait, can I pivot back to what Taj was saying earlier? You know, when you and the young lady was having a conversation about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, about religion, and on the movie when you said, because see, the elite, they know. When the movie when Malcolm X was like, get your hand out my pocket,
Right.
that was referring to capitalizing. Because the government knows that Christianity make money. You know, my uncle was a preacher. I know, and he don't believe in this stuff, but he said, niece, there's nothing wrong with Jesus. Jesus keep people, you know, having morals. If they want to buy Jesus, sell it to them. You know, so that's the whole thing when they came into church. Because you remember when Malcolm X went over there to Mecca and he was talking to, you know, the prince and the king over there, and they was trying to bring Islam over here. And the Pope got a hold to that. And the Pope was like, you know, because uh Catholicism monopolized all of this religion. So when they saying, oh, we're gonna bring Islam, you know, and introduce that to America, the Pope like, hold on, because you know, women in Islam, they covered up from head to toe. They're not spending money on Victoria's Secret, they not spending money on Gucci, Louis Vuitton. So we're not making no money off of that. So when they came in the church to execute him, that was the line when they say, get your hand out my pocket. Because you know you can make money off of Christianity. You can't make money off of Islam.
you muted.
I'm not
Yeah,
muted.
yeah, right on. Nah, yeah, Jamie had me on mute. But no, that's very interesting. He says you can make money off Christianity, but you can't make money off Islam.
Yeah.
That's a mic drop right there. Right. No,
I
I
never
hear
thought
you.
about
Hey, I'm still
that.
listening. Huh?
But then you got to ask yourself with Christianity, right? Like I told you, capitalism monopolized that. So they tell us to do one thing, procreate, you know, follow these rules. But I always ask myself, I've never seen a pope with a wife or a son.
Mm.
Well, that's against being a pope. They're not allowed to have a wife.
But why? Why are you an exception when you forcing, you know, us to procreate and us to follow these rules, but you are exceptions? Then you got to think about this. It's against what they do, but every time the Pope is caught up in a scandal, what is it from? Molesting a little boy. The whole occult, the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
clergy is an occult. The nuns, they bulldaggers. What woman don't want a man? What woman saving herself for God? We were created for men, so why don't you want one? Then you catching every time you hear a story about a nun, she caught with a sausage broke up inside of her. Well, who putting that sausage inside of her? That's
That-
why I told you. See, I don't want to go too much in on it because when I'm trying to explain to people, the clergy is an occult. They tell you to do one thing, but then they're doing a whole nother thing. How are you an exception, right? You tell us in the Bible, God put man here for woman and woman here for man. We supposed to procreate. What makes you an exception? And then when you get caught up, you get caught up for molesting a little boy.
Okay, Cairo. So you got a question. You got a question in the chat. I'm gonna highlight it for you too. It says, if you can't make money off Islam, why are they on the block selling bean pies and fruit and newspapers? Respectfully.
Well, I mean, look, bean pies, fruit, and newspapers, like you say, look what they selling. Bean pies and fruit. They not selling pork. They not selling steak. They not selling ham. And that's the other esoteric topic that we were supposed to talk to about before we got this.
Yeah, that is Nation of Islam, Ali. And you know, I guess you know the Islam that you're speaking of, because you know that's different from AOI. Like, you know, the ones that be having The ones that be having the white Islam people, I think is what
No,
you're
but this is what I'm saying though. Like, to answer his question, I mean, when I say you can't make profit off of it like that, I'm talking about universally wise. Like, women, we big spenders. We spend a lot of money.
facts.
You know what I mean? So a
Mhm.
lot of Christian women, they can go spend money on fashion. When do you ever see Muslim women that's covered up from head and to toe, in these stores buying Gucci, buying Louis Vuitton, spending money on hair weaves? Everybody's capitalizing off of these things. So if we practice Islam, we're not going to spend money on a lot of these fake ass weaves. We're not going to spend money on a lot of these racist fashion designers clothes, stuff like that. So when I say like you can't make money off of Islam, that's what I'm speaking about in those terms.
Okay. So somebody else want to take a crack at it? Share their opinion on it. Solo.
On the black church.
Yes, ma'am. What's your opinion on whether you feel is a hinder or a major benefit, or you can be in between?
Well, to me, I'm looking at it on whether or not they helping black people, whether they helping us build, right? So
That's
from
what
my
we're talking
perspective, right, from my perspective, we give them as a people a lot of money, and we don't see, well, I don't see the community building that I think that they should be producing if we're giving them so much money every Sunday through our tithes, right? So I get that you're supposed to take care of like the needs of the church, like the lights. If it need a remodel, they need to be able to afford that. But I also feel like that they should be doing more for the community, like we used to see back in the day, right? Like black churches used to be heavily involved in meeting our needs and like doing what we need them to do, financing what we need them to finance. They had community programs. We could see the benefit from where our money went in the black church back then. Now I don't see the black church being very that much involved with our communities and building. So it just seems like we're still giving them the money, but we're not seeing anything come out of the black church that benefits the community. I'm not saying that they're not helping with a light bill here, helping with this, helping with that with their individual members. But as far as like creating something sustainable in a community that can change sort of people's predicament, things like that. Like, are you like, and this stuff that you can maybe even have volunteers. Like, are you helping students tutor? Like, are you helping with tutoring? Are you providing childcare? Are you providing jobs? Like, what are you sort of providing to the community with the money that we're giving you? So I don't see that a lot. I see that with their individual people, but not necessarily like on a major scale. So I guess, especially when it comes to the mega churches, like when they have like churches like the ones that be in Atlanta. Now I was originally talking about like smaller churches, right?
hmm
But then when we're talking about mega churches, I definitely expect more out of them, more out of the leaders, more out of the community producing. Like the guy in Atlanta, what's his name? Jamal Bryant, right? He got a mega church in Atlanta. I definitely feel as though he should be doing mass production of resources to the black community, given the money that he bring in. I also, I like again about the materialism stuff that goes on. I personally hate to cut on the TV and see mass mega church leaders standing in front of their congregation in like Gucci, Louis, Prada. That's just my thing. I just hate that type of like I don't like that. I think that it's a church. You're supposed to come looking presentable, and when you got on a signature Louis Vuitton shirt and there's VLs everywhere, all over the shirt, I just find it to be very tacky, especially as you ask these people for money so you can keep your church going. So you know that part of it. Also, like if they're in there teaching Christianity, I got a huge issue with that. you know. So if that's what they're in there teaching, which a lot of black churches are in Black America. I have a huge issue with that. If any church isn't telling us the truth about us, about who we are and what we should be doing, I have issue with that. So, I'm pretty much done with the Christian church. I listen to camps for Bible study. So definitely a hindrance. Definitely isn't doing what they supposed to do. Definitely probably a money laundering scheme. All of that good stuff. Plus the religion. So I'm
Okay.
done with it.
And I definitely, agree with pretty much everything that you're saying because it seems like for me, I guess I'll go ahead and get my full take on it. I think back then, you know what I'm saying, it was because this is the thing. You got certain people in the church that although what they're teaching is not necessarily the truth or not, that's really not what the biggest bothersome to me is what that's hindering that. Because like, folks gonna believe in what they believe in, regardless. But the thing is that I think the smaller churches actually believe it. The bigger churches know it's a lie,
Right.
but will continue to do it. Why? Because it's profitable.
Right.
And you got to think about it from this perspective. See, they asking you for 10% of the money that you made in church, right? Someone want their tithes and they offering. Think about that. Tithes and offering. Tithes is you paying, that 10%. Offering is you giving whatever it is that you're giving. And then think about it. Uncle Sam is already taxing you 10%. And then if you're in California and shit like that, state, federal, all that shit, heavy taxes. Think about how much money is coming out of our pockets already. And we're already the poorest. Then how much money is coming out of our pockets because of the church too. Not only that, the time consumption that's coming from it too. And then think about it from this thing. It's hindering us also because it puts us in a state of mind. A lot of us, at least, not all, but a lot of us that are Christians. It puts us in the state of mind where we think we're powerless to do anything. And we should just trust God, trust Jesus to,
Right.
to work a miracle to fix it. When in actuality, the God within you you already have the ability to fix these issues. You were created with it. So that's another major thing that's stopping us. Like it even tells you in the Bible, ye are gods. You know what I'm saying? It tells you that. It tells you that you are the gods on this earth. So, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to solely keep praying and waiting on something to happen. Because I tell folks this all the time. Remember, God,
Where did he go?
the same people who put us in slavery gave you, Jesus. So think about this. If you're praying
I can't
to
hear him.
Jesus,
¿Puedes ver tu teléfono, por favor?
Mic
you
check.
can't.
Mic check. Go ahead, Jamie.
But yeah, like I was saying, if
Taj, I can't hear him. Where is he? I can't even see him.
Cairo says she can't hear you, Jamie.
I
no, she
see
can
him.
hear you.
Yeah, I can hear Jamie and I can hear
Oh, I
Cairo.
got my camera off. I can turn it back on.
There he go. Now I can see him, but I can't
Yeah, I
hear
turn
him.
my camera off. But
Cairo, can you hear Jamie now?
No, I can see him, but I can't hear him.
That's crazy. Jamie, say something.
everybody else can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I
Solo,
can't
you
hear
can
him
hear
at
me?
all.
I can hear you, Jamie.
I don't know why you can't hear me.
Yeah, I
But
can't hear Jamie.
I don't know. But anyways, like I was saying,
Let
if
me see your phone, Yaki.
you're praying to Jesus, and
Uh-huh.
the slave master is praying to Jesus as well. He can't answer both of you. It's impossible because the slave master is praying, Jesus, please continue to keep these Negroes under my oppression so that I can keep benefiting and getting what it is I'm receiving. And we're praying for him to Lord, let this white man foot get off my goddamn neck. Look like to me that you know the foot is still on a lot of these niggas' neck. So you need to figure something out. And then like as far as I'm not gonna totally say it has no benefit. Let's go to the part where I think it does benefit us. The part where it does benefit us is that back in the day, see, it's the newer age churches that it has zero benefits now. But see, back then, at least it gave us morals. Like we had shame. Like you come into the church and stuff like that, you know, you had ushers and mothers and, you know, deacons and their elders and stuff like
Todd,
that.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
we all
Carol.
can hear you.
Okay.
But we had, you know, you had that back in the day that when you getting out of line, they would check you on it. And, you know, they had shame. You know what I'm saying? They would tell you, hey, you know, brother, pull your pants up. Why you sagging up like that? Don't talk to your mother like that. Don't talk to your dad like that. Respect your elders. You know what I'm saying? Sisters, you know what I'm saying? Don't, you know, don't just give it up like that. You know, have some dignity, have some respect for yourself like that. Wait for the right one. You know, all kinds of stuff like that was done back then that was beneficial that and that you know we was able to like follow. At least we did have that. But now all the churches are so accepting to anything. Like you got churches that allow hip hop in their church. Like they playing Snoop Dogg and shit like that in they goddamn church. They doing the dance moves of what these goddamn, you know, celebrities and stuff are creating in the church. And that is crazy. And you got people that are defended,
Todd, can you hear
be
me?
like,
That,
yeah, we can
that was,
all hear you.
Carl, you still can't hear Jamie?
At all.
Oh, all right. So I
That
mean,
is insane. I don't know why.
you should probably just have to go back and hear your part, and then because I can hear you, I can hear everybody. Can the audience can hear you, right?
Yeah, they can hear me. Because they would have been saying we
Mic
can't
check,
hear
mic
you.
check.
They can hear me.
Shout out.
But what I was saying is,
I don't even know how to do this.
so y'all can, yeah, they can hear us. They're saying it in the chat.
Wait, I'm gonna log out, then log back in.
Yeah, try that. But
Keep cooking, Jamie. Keep cooking.
Yeah, I kind of lost my thought. What's my last one? Once that
Jesus and God supposed to be the same people. Why won't a pastor take money that say in Jesus we trust? When I was a kid and asked my pastor that, my mother said I was being rude.
All right, can you hear me now? Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I was saying though, that they, you know, they actually had morals during those times. So that was the benefit, you know, and you know, folks actually believed in what they were teaching. Now it's more so just the prophets. Like I said, they got the celebrities doing shit like that, and then they're way too accepting of it. They say ain't nothing wrong with, you know, the church having a little fun up in it. Yes, it is, because the Bible tells you, love not the world, nor nothing in it. The things in it. It says that. That's what they're talking about with worldly things. You can't be, you know, you can't be bringing what the devil music and shit is doing up into the church and try to make it godly. That shit doesn't go together. So like, you know, I think once upon a time, like I said, it did have those benefits, but like now the church is just cooked. So I think you better off at home, you know, studying yourself and having your own relationship. Taj, you haven't went yet. So hold on, let me read what DeMarcus said myself too. Hold on. If Jesus and God supposed to be the same people, why won't a pastor take money that say in Jesus we trust? When I was actually to that, my brother said I was being rude. I never thought about that, but hey, I mean they don't print it though, but it's a reason why they don't print it like that. Okay, Robert Tucker, you said praise Christ Jesus forever, believe in Christ Jesus to receive eternal life right now. Got you. And yes, glad I was probably the last generation of the true old church. Yeah. The power universe is a godly thing in professional sport too, not just music. I agree with you. Nah, I mean, you ain't got no pushback from me. I agree with you 100%. I don't bring this is the thing. I don't bring that shit into the church. Why? Because I don't go to that motherfucker. So you can't you ain't cooking me with that. I guess for other people. But Taj, go ahead and give your take on it.
Yo.
You, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, the common denominator with all major religions is morality, values, character. You know, your personality and character are different. So those are the benefits. But if we're talking numbers, the numbers don't lie, especially after the pandemic. It pretty much, the church numbers are dropping, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do to sort of try to revive what's going on. But the numbers speak for themselves. People, as you said, Jamie, key point that a personal relationship with life, that's my term for God. I call God life because in every religion, that's what it leads to, so the creator of life. And that's what it's good for, just morality, knowing how to behave, and whatever. But the main point, my closing point would probably be using belief, faith as the key. So belief is the key, but that's dealing with the life. Whether if you believe, when you take your last breath, do you expect that spiritual light to come back on after you exit your body? These bodies, these human vehicles we operating. So that's to each individual. Fortunately, we do live in a country that grant us the freedom of faith. That's the First Amendment. Nobody can force anybody to believe something they don't want to believe. But to answer your question, the benefit would be just if somebody has been trying it the wrong way for decades or years and they want to clean up their life, it does provide some sort of morality that you can find in every major religion. Judaism, what is it? Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Those are the major three, and you get to Buddhism and everything after that. So that's it. You
All
can't
right.
go wrong with the morality. Everybody needs to know how to carry
Mm-hmm.
this
Mm-hmm.
world and behave, and you can get that from whichever belief system resonates in your soul. I conclude with that.
Definitely agree with that. Like that's the like I said, I think that's the real real major benefit today that you can still gain from it. Because that's part of the reason why these quote unquote YNs are so out of control now because um you know they don't have no morals because they weren't taught them. Solo, you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna just add, if you was to ask me, about, I guess, the one benefit, I would say that I am um sort of happy that it has at least kept our people in connection with the Bible, that we haven't, a lot of us haven't completely thrown the Bible away, where it's not a part of us. I guess the black church has sort of done that. Like, a lot of our people still have Bibles, even though we may be led astray. Once we open it, once we start reading it, the black church is gonna immediately turn us astray, right? But at least we still have a connection with the Bible. We ain't read it, Obviously we don't understand what we're reading. We're just again taking what the black church is giving us and reading those scriptures over and over again until we feel encouraged or inspired, right? But we're not actually going through the book and listening and reading the story of those people. So I just added, we had one benefit, it would be that at least a lot of us still like have the Bible app on our phone. Like at least some of us at least got the paper version of the Bible, and we're not scared of the book or throwing it away. But other than that, that's it.
Jay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna touch on what Ali is saying real quick here. And basically that is the truth. Like is most of the texts and stuff like that folks like be arguing about, it basically be saying the same shit. It just got a different person who they think is the God or is the Messiah or whatever. But it's basically saying all the same thing. So like all the kicking, the fussing and stuff that they be doing about it, it be really pointless. Like the Quran is saying the same shit the Bible is saying. So is Hindu. So it's what's another one of these goddamn? They all saying the same shit, bro.
It's the reason, if I could jump in on that real quick, it's the reason from the beginning of this country they separated church from state, because they didn't want all of those religious arguments in the hallways of power where they need to vote to make decisions. So what they did was they just extracted all of the as you said, the common interests. Okay, here's the moral values all of you guys agree on. And then the government adopts that and then move forward and give you the freedom to believe what you want to believe. And that's the current world we living in right now. But to everybody's point, I've learned from everybody. I'm gonna definitely go back and make sure I hear it, because I had to due to the technical difficulties, I didn't get to hear all of Cairo's points. So I'm gonna go back and hear everything she said. But Cairo, remember, Bible is acronym. You know this already. Bible is acronym for basic. I'm putting emphasis on basic instructions before leaving Earth. And then after that, just like in academic class, just like in public school or any schools we went to, it's time to, we as students of life, we have to elevate from a basic understanding, and that's what a lot of us do. So after I left the basic instructions, and I'm still on Earth, I haven't left Earth yet, at least not my body. I went more into science. You see what I'm saying? So because I wanted to be able to measure and prove my, what I'm sharing with people. And so I go as far as I can go with measurement, with being able to prove that things are real. And then anything that you can't measure, you have no choice but to activate belief, faith, and your confidence and whatever that spiritual entity is.
So Taj, this is my question, right? Why I feel like the Bible is a hindrance and it keeps people docile. Retrospectively speaking, the primates were way more advanced than we are now. And they didn't have a Bible. They didn't have Jesus. It's wonders that was created that we still trying to figure out. Well, people that has esoteric knowledge, they know. But the ones that don't, they still trying to figure out why were they created and what was the purpose.
Right.
So that's my only concern. I'm just saying our ancestors were way more advanced than we are today. And they didn't have the Bible and didn't have.
Which are you okay name dropping some civilizations that you referring to? So I know Egypt is one of them.
The Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incans, to generalize. So I'm talking about these civilizations, these cultures. They didn't have,
and they all and they all operated off of like a spiritual link to the universe, right?
I think they operated off of the Akasha records. They operated off science.
There you go.
Right? They operated off astrology, astronomy, mathematics. Because this is facts. If you go and you study a lot of these things, it's all written on the hieroglyphics.
Uh-huh.
You know, so they operated off of science. That's like you spoke earlier, you measure things. What about things that's counterintuitive? Can those be measured?
Give me an
What about
example of counterintuitive. What's an example of that?
supernatural deities?
Well, we dealing with that now with the science phenomenon with the what we want to call them. Let's just call them the old school word, the UFOs. So
But I'm
that's
not
science
talking
phenomenon.
about that. I'm talking about
All right.
when you say counterintuitive, I'm talking about astral projection.
Uh-huh.
That's counterintuitive. I'm talking about spirits. Those are
Uh-huh.
counterintuitive. Can those be measured? I'm talking about entities that come through these portals and feed off of people, you know, during
We're
the
gonna
time
get,
of planetary
we're gonna get
alignment.
into that right shortly. We're gonna get
I'm
into that
talking
right
about
after
that.
this.
That can be
It,
measured.
it could be measured in our biometrics, Cairo. It could be when I
How?
say bio
I know what you
the
mean when you say
heart.
biometric.
Let's start with the
I'm
heartbeat. And my
smarter than
bad
a
for you.
fifth grader.
Right, I know it, Cairo.
It
So let's start with the heart. When I say biometrics, I mean like it's certain.
operates off of energy, right? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it do. No, everything is energy. I mean, before the Big Bang was energy. You know, that's the love force of energy that
Let,
got us
let,
all here.
let's say that for the next segment, though.
Right.
Y'all starting to
All
go
right.
into the other segment. We
Okay.
about to get there.
Oh, he
All
was
right.
going
Cool.
into circulatory
Yeah,
system. You
that
know I
was
love
about to go into
anatomy.
the other segment. We're gonna go to that, but real quick, let me address this comment here. He said, "I no longer believe that the love of money is the root of all evil. I now believe that attention is the new root of all evil. People want to get money to get more attention."
If that's not a fact, that's the closest thing to it. That's. But
That's why I had
the
to
only
get into that. These Slick was
Jamie,
cooking with.
the only thing I would change about that comment is that it's not a new thing. Remember, Lucifer got put out of heaven for craving too much attention. So before money came, money is a creation of man. That's why scriptures say you cannot worship money and the creator of it. You're worshiping what was created instead of worshiping the creator that made people to make money. Take it from there.
Yeah, so with that, saying he's not lying at all. Literally, all these people doing, like, look at your celebrities and stuff. That's all they're feeding for.
Yeah,
Attention.
attention.
Like when
Yes.
they do these crazy rants and stuff like that, a lot of the shit, they don't even be believing it. They don't even, these publicity stunts, it's all for attention because attention pays. And the reason why attention pays is because the elites, the reason why they monetize, who can get more, draw more attention is because if you're paying so much attention to what it is they're doing, you're not paying attention to the moves they're making behind closed doors, like the shit that they're doing. You're paying attention to the Beyoncés of the world, the shit Trump, all these motherfuckers that really don't matter as much as y'all making them matter. That's why they get paid so much money to do the shit because the attention is important to keep you distracted from what is important.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to touch on it before we move on his
I
comment?
just think that I think the end goal is always going to be money. I think people use getting attention to make money. So it eventually ends up at I just want some money.
Sure,
And I'm going to use the attention to get it.
but they go together though. Is basically what he's saying. Because think
But
about it.
one predates
The
the
only
other.
reason why the only reason why he want you, whoever it is, woman, man, don't matter. The only reason why you want, especially man, you want the money is because it's going to attract the attention from whatever it is you want, whether it's women. You know what I'm saying? Most of the
That
time,
should be a fact.
that's pretty much what it is.
That should be a fact. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for the fellas. That's why. Yeah, we get money to attract
I
women
I
and
remember
yeah, stuff like
I
that
had a
and other
I
things.
was talking to a sister years ago. Charles, you familiar with this? You when we was doing SRO, and I was doing it for Cairo. You're familiar too. We was doing World of Dance, right? And it was a sister that I was speaking to about, money is only important to do because it attracts women. If it didn't attract women, they really wouldn't care about it. And she was just blown away, swearing up and down, thinking it's not true. And we asked 20 dudes that was in that same audience with us, and they all unanimously agree with me.
Yeah.
But what type of people though? Because you got two type of people. You know, you got people that want money because they want to attract attention. Then you got people that have money that don't want nobody to know that they got money. They don't want attention. They just want the money because they want to enjoy the good things out of life. But you'll never know that they have money. They might come around you in some regular sweats, some old ass shoes, and could be multi-millionaires.
But I agree with you that you do have those small percentages, but most of them, I would say vast majority what, that's what like if they had the money, they gonna want it, because it's like goes back to what I keep saying. Niggas love to stunt on niggas. Most of them, you get them money, that's what they're gonna do with it.
Yeah, history shows that. But before we move on, can we all agree that the craving for attention predates the drive for money? You don't have to agree, but if you don't, I would like, before we move on, I would like to hear why. Because attention, before money came into the hands of man, attention was there. And attention is dangerous. And Cairo, back to our conversation, it could be measured. In current times, you can measure attention by first conversation with the person wanting more attention than they're willing to say in a conversation. They want you to pay attention 15 minutes, and then when it's your turn to speak, they might only grant you 3 to 4, if that. So that's like what I mean, like a measurement of, okay, this is not a fair quid pro quo here. This person, and I'm speaking in general, this person think and feel they're entitled. Remember, attention is attached to energy. So this person is entitled to my currency of energy, my attention, more than they're willing to grant me. That's a measurement.
But it's categories though. Like, for example, you have some people, they don't, that's why I'm like, I don't know, maybe I fall into that category. I can't like rationalize it because I never been the type of person that craved attention. Like, I hated attention. You know what I mean? I hated it. I don't know why. It was just something that was intuitive. I never wanted it. Like, I never wanted it from boys. Like, still to this day, I hate dress up. I don't like to dress up because I'm like, damn, I don't want nobody. I don't want that attention. You know what I mean? I don't want that attention. So that's why I say you have people that fit into different categories. It's categories of everything. And I fall into that category. But like I say, everybody's perspective is important. You know, I'm looking at it from your perspective because we could be in an art gallery. You see the Mona Lisa, I see it. You see one thing, I see a completely another thing. I'm not going to dismiss it because I don't understand it. I want to understand why people crave attention. I personally never been one of them people that create attention. Like you spoke earlier when you say personality versus character. Now, my character, you know, it's like it's moral. It wants that, you know, like maybe I should do this. But then my personality, I'm like, well, that's not me. You know what I mean? My personality is like I'm shy, like I'm tomboyish. I want to be, you know, conservative. So maybe, you know, I'm battling with that. Like my character is one thing, but my personality displays something completely different, you know, and I want to learn why people crave this attention. I want to see it from their perspective. I just never been one that craved it.
I hear that.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this, Cairo, you're a very rare breed because most women love the attention. That's all they live for. Like the ones that be sitting, to be honest with you, I would say a lot of the ones that are single and stuff like that, that are single for a long period of time. If attention didn't exist, that like their lives would, really tilt over. Go ahead.
Oh, God to attention.
You're breaking up bad.
Where you go? There you
Most
go.
crave validation. That's the root of it. I was gonna mention that word validation. So that wouldn't apply to you, Cairo, because you don't even crave it. But people who do crave attention, I think that is a form of validation for them.
I'm
So
gonna say this.
we still on the black.
Yeah, we back ready to move. We're about to move to the spiritual portals. So you can. I'm gonna let you kind of more so direct that one because that's what you know the most of. Well, then all of us, we're gonna kind of more so be the listeners and give our takes on it on what's said.
Okay, so I just want to get on here and warn people, even though, a lot of the leaders say that I shouldn't, because, it's secret and it's esoteric for a reason. And this is why, I haven't reached certain levels that I'm supposed to reach or supposed to be because, quote, I talk too much, but I feel like people deserve to know. It's portals that's opening, and I told people that it always can be supported by facts. And when I talk about this subject, that's why I was telling you, Jamie, I'm like, I don't like to talk about it because spiritually people try to attack me because for some reason if it applies to them the truth hurts, so they'll come in and attack me. And I have to be very selective because like I say, some people are shadowly, not that deep. But it's a portal that's open, these entries, these openings, and these deities are allowed to come through. And people don't notice. In fictional movies, it's a lot of the truth, but they fictionalize it to deceive you. So I just want to warn people right now that these portals are open, and it's open and open yesterday. I'm still trying to determine, and I need people help. If you about to experience this or it's about to happen to you, don't be shy, talk about it, because I'm trying to determine which entities come through at a certain time. I know it has to do with planetary alignment. So a lot of people are about to start getting ate. When I say ate this week, they're about to be getting fed on by these entities that's coming through these portals, because human are cattle, they food for these entities that come through this portal. So when they call it sleep paralysis, the government know it's not sleep paralysis. They know you being attacked by these deities. And this week, this portal is open. So a lot of y'all, now I'm speaking in general, you're about to be sitting, laying in the bed, stuck, can't move. And these things are nocturnal, right? I'm talking about the nocturnal ones. They're gonna feed off of you. And it's crazy because it's like an energy that been created. I can feel it. That's why I was telling him, like, you got to be careful. But a lot of people are about to get fed off of tonight. You're going to be angry. You're not going to know why. You're going to wake up angry. You're going to try to attack people spiritually. You're going to hate what you see when you look in the mirror. You're going to have nightmares up until I think the portal closed. Hold on, I'm about to check, right? Damn, I can't check because I'm using my phone. I think the portal closed. What's today, the 5th?
Like you said, if I'm not, when we were speaking, I think you said it was the 8th or the 9th.
It's going to close on the 8th or the 9th. So, that's what I wanted to talk about. But, I don't want to go too deep. You know what I mean? It's a lot going on. Esoteric wise, it's these other entities that exist on this planet. But like I said, this is deep. And if you shallow, you won't understand. You're going to try to attack me. And that's the thing that I have to prepare myself for, because they can't really like me. They can't really like attack me. It's for a reason, but they can try, but they'll get angry. So I'm just trying to warn people that this week, and it's when if it happened to you, or when it happened to you, like I say, everything is going to be supported by facts. You'll know what it is, and you can always contact me. You can ask me questions. I'll explain to you what I know. But a portal is open. A lot of people, brace yourself. You're about to get ate. They're about to eat you. I don't know which one's coming through. You got the grays that come through. When the grays come through, they feed off of you in herds. They take turns. They speak English and they speak their other language. And they're curious. So when 3 standing over you, feeding off of you, and you sitting there, you stuck, you frozen, you can't move, you trying to wake yourself up, they're gonna be tearing your ass up. I don't know if them the ones that's coming through. Then you got the ones that come through, they fucking you. They sex demons. If you women, they sucking on your breast, they giving you dick. If you're men, they riding you, they tearing your ass up too. Then you got the other ones. They just plain evil. They attacking you. They fucking you up in your sleep. You sitting there, you stuck, you froze, you trying to move, you trying to pray or do whatever you trying to do. None of that shit don't work. Prayer don't work. They're gonna cover your mouth. You're not gonna be able to say nothing. Half of y'all gonna be suffocating. You know, that is about to take place. The portal opened 2 days ago, actually. When the portal opened, you can smell them. I can smell them. This is how I know when people being attacked all night in their sleep. I go outside and it's an odor. It smells so bad. It stank. It smells like gas or somebody fired it or a rotten egg. That's how I know. And when certain people walk past me, I know they've been attacked because I can smell it on them. And then they angry, they mad. And I'm like, ooh, let me hurry up and get away from them. You know what I mean? So I'm just warning y'all that all this wake, because it's astronomical phenomena that's taking place. So just brace yourself. And if you do get attacked, then just come back and, and you can talk to me and explain what entity attacked you. Because I'm curious to know. I know they open, but I don't know what entities come through at what time. Because it's like 4 or 5 different entities that come through and feed off of you at different times. So that's what my little segment was about. Jamie, you had disappeared. Where you went? Oh, and nightmare. And nightmares is all connected. When a lot of y'all having the same dream about you being naked, you're running, you can't fly, parasites attacking you. Yeah, all that shit. It's tearing their ass up. You laughing, but it's serious. They having nightmares. They having nightmares that they being shot up. They having nightmares that they naked. They having nightmares that some type of animal trying to aid them. When they look in the mirror, they hate what they see. They don't even know that it's connected to the other information that I'm gonna provide later. But all this week, this is about to be happening. And anybody that don't believe me, I challenge me. I'm 100% confident because I know when the portal's open, I can smell them. I can feel.
Okay, so that obviously that was a whole lot. I'm gonna actually go ahead and dive in first this time. I typically don't go first, but I'm gonna go first this time. So, I can definitely agree with some of the stuff that she said, because that sleep paralysis bullshit or whatever, that shit is 100% real. Because I remember as a child, boy, dumb motherfuckers used to attack the shit out of me. Like I'm talking about the jumping on your back and stuff like that, and then you can't speak, like she said. Yeah, it do that shit for real. Them motherfuckers be attacking the shit out you, and then like you should try to, like she was saying, I should try to pray and stuff like that because it used to scare me so much. And then me personally, it kept doing it to me until I finally, because at first I used to wrestle with it, and could never get it up off me. Until eventually, I think once I turned 15, I was strong enough to finally throw it above me, and I literally heard it hit the floor. And I woke up to try to look down. It was nothing there, but I heard it hit the floor, which is crazy as hell. And like ever since then, it stopped coming. But I still used to fight like in dreams, having these like shadow like figures trying to attack you in your goddamn dreams. So I know exactly what the hell she's talking about with a lot of this shit.
And that portal is open this week. It's going down.
Now that don't bother me no more. I haven't seen any of them,
Charger.
Very long time. But back then, hell yeah, absolutely. Anybody else want to go? Charles, yours already solo.
All right. I try to be a gentleman, so I just wanted to make sure Solo didn't want to go.
No, you can go ahead.
All right. So, Cairo, what do you say to the people who plead the blood of Jesus to rebuke these? What you call them again? Are they entities are
Supernatural beings.
they're what?
Supernatural beings.
Supernatural beings, and that's scientific. All right, because they're just in the higher dimensions, right?
Not dimensions and realms.
Realms. All right, so yeah, like Jamie and you just said, when we go to sleep, those are realms. All right, so like if you when you having a nightmare, and Kenny K, I'm gonna read Kenny K comment real quick because I'm gonna use his comment to kind of make my point. So Kenny K, what up, little homie? Yeah, I'm trying to find his comment. He say, okay, here we go. Kenny 2K say, I be having nightmares of dying, which is not funny, but I just wake up and grab this Draco. That part to me, kind of coming from that environment, that part is kind of funny. The second part of your sentence. So using that comment, I be having nightmares of dying, but I just wake up and grab this Draco. Now, Kenny K, and I want to ask everybody else, whether you listening now or later, the panel and everybody that's in the chat, super chat and comments, what pulls you out of those nightmares?
For me,
Yeah.
I learned how to wake myself up. So when I realize that I am having a bad dream and something that is happening to me, I'm dreaming, I wake myself up and then go back to sleep.
I heard that. Solo made that sound smooth as a motherfucker.
You know what? I used to like before I learned to do that, I used to sit through the whole dream before I started realizing in my sleep that this is a dream. And then I force myself to wake up.
Solo, let me ask you this. So based off my education knowledge, that's called lucid dreaming, right, Cairo? So I just want to see if we all on the same page with that. And everybody can't do that, right? So
Well,
what you can
go ahead. I want to hear what you're saying.
now I'm asking, so can we define that as Solo has the ability to lucid dream?
I wouldn't say it's lucid dreaming. It's different. Because I'm talking about when these entities come in, they're attacking you. And like he said, when he said he having, I want to talk about that, but I don't want to give people too much right now. Why you having these nightmares? What create these nightmares, right? It's all connected with these entities that's allowed to feed off of you. That's why when you have people come out, that's why my elders told me, hey, stop running your mouth. That's why when you have a lot of people talking about like change your diet, like Dr. Sebi, Left Eye, Nipsey Hussle, all these abolitionists, the government take you out because food is energy, right? It's information.
Mm-hmm.
So anything exists needs energy in order to keep, to keep going. Now, if these entities are not allowed to eat, that's the big mystery. You know what I mean? But the government they know exactly when these things come through, and they don't consume the same food that people are consuming. And a lot of people are all connected and vibrating on the same frequency because they're all eating the same thing. Like I told you, they have to tell you what they're doing to you. They put it out there. They put it in movies. So if you watch The Golden Child, right? Like I'm a vegan. This is how I figured it out that it's tied into your diet. I used to get attacked too in my sleep. But the difference is when I was getting attacked in my sleep, I would take notes. I would write everything down. And as soon as I changed my diet, I can smell them when they come in my house. They stink. But they wasn't able to pull whatever that was and feed off of me how they used to feed off of me before I came a vegan. Then once all of that animal product was completely out my blood, it was like they could no longer, and I say, oh my God. So I went to studying and I went to researching. And I say it's all tied up with being carnivorous. That's why the government, when people start trying to wake you up, these abolitionists about change your diet, the government come in and say off with their head, bring it on a silver platter, because we are in alliance with these supernatural beings and they need to feed, and you the human cattle. You know what I mean?
All right, so Cairo. All right, so all right, so I'm gonna just make a statement. I was gonna ask a question, so I'll just make a statement. And I'm so glad you made that pivot to food. The scientific connection to these things being able to feed off you are parasites. So we not all right. So this is heavy. I wish I would have had time to prepare for this because I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't waste time. So the parasites is the scientific connection. That's why when you changed your menu, I'm choosing my words carefully. I didn't say diet, which the first three letters is DIE. When you change your menu, you got rid of, and I don't want to just speak on you personally, anybody in general, you're getting rid of those parasites, which is the scientific connection for these things to suck on your energy or to connect to what we were talking about earlier, the nightmares, the cravings. Let's talk about the damn cravings. The parasites are craving certain things. So it ain't spooky stuff. It ain't magic. It's all scientific. How the hell do we get these parasites in these people? What you said, Cairo, put the bacteria. I'm listening to you. So earlier you said food is energy, and that's correct, right? There's energy in the food, right, Cairo? What is the food? What is the matter? I'm not gonna ask you a question. I'll just make a statement. The matter is the bacteria part. So you're extracting the energy out of the food. So fruits, boom, that's electric energy right there. When you're just dealing with fruits, vegetables. Shout out to Dr. Yaki, man. I learned a lot from Yaki. And the stuff I'm talking about now, I want to give him some credit. He introduced us to the parasitic connection. So this ain't nothing spooky. It ain't ghosts. The things you're talking about, the supernatural beings, is almost like, I'm not saying all of them, but they're able to use the parasites to control your thinking, or at least influence your thinking. That's where some of these cravings come from. You know you don't want to do this, but this craving is so strong, you give in to that. You gave in to the craving, as they say. So I just wanted to add that sign, because like I said, Cairo, I go as far as I can with things you can measure, but there's a certain thing, the point you made, there's certain things we can't measure with instruments. And that's where belief, faith comes in at. And everybody has their individual right on what higher power they believe in to protect them from enemy energy, if you will.
But you need energy in order to survive, just like parasites, right? Because it's geomagnetic. What I'm trying to say is you need energy in order to survive, and it can be interchangeable. For example, how you said too is facts. It could be connected to like the parasites, because if you have parasites, like I told you, a lot of these doctors and these physicians, they are aware of that. They'll never treat you for parasites. They will never.
Correct.
And you got to ask yourself that question. The only time they treated people was for parasites was during the mad cow disease. And I tell people, no way to determine if you got parasites is if you start craving certain things that you like, because parasites send off these ultra waves too. They communicate. They're like, hey, I want something sweet. I want some sugar. And you like, damn, why I'm having these cravings? It's not even you. It's the parasites.
It's the parasite. So Cairo, it's to me, the takeaway point you made was when you got to the food part, because that's how the parasites are getting. They can get in other ways too, walking through certain parts of land.
But you got airborne pathogens too. Bacteria is different type of ways. You know what I mean? That's why I say it's energy. Everything needs energy, like photosynthesis, in order to survive. That's why I say it could be interchangeable. You know what I mean? Those parasites, they have to survive. How are they surviving? Without any energy, without any electric fuel.
They're craving, they're sucking the energy out of us when they're in us. They use us as the host, so that word host connects them to the super, and I'm not saying all of the supernatural beings you're talking about, but that's like a scientific, so people don't think we just making this stuff up or putting it out of thin air. That's why I like to give a scientific connection so people can fact check it and then realize, okay, this is a real thing as far as the cravings and all that stuff.
That's why I told Jamie, I say, let's do it when that portal's open, so people won't think I'm suffering from psychosis. You know what I mean?
So Cairo, my thing about the portals is, how do people protect themselves from the enemy energy?
You gotta stop. You gotta change your diet. That's the only way.
There it is. All right.
You gotta change diet, menu, whatever word term you want to use. Like that's why I was trying
I prefer menu. Go ahead.
Let's go with menu. You know what I mean? Let's go with menu. Let's go with menu. So you gotta change your menu. Like even if you watch The Golden Child, watch that movie. He was a vegan. Remember, The Golden Child is about everything that I'm telling you about. It's other type of entities that's on this planet too, and they can influence you. And they look just like humans. That's why I tell you this conversation is not for people that's shallow, because when I'm talking about, they'll be like, this girl suffering from psychosis, but this is what the elite knows. This is where the esoteric knowledge kick in. You know what I mean? This is what they know. So if you watch The Golden Child, or if you watch Pootie Tang, a lot of people watch Pootie Tang and don't even know what that was about. Pootie Tang was a vegan. He was telling people, hey, stop eating this meat. Stop putting this, rubbing this lotion and all of this stuff in your body. Stop wearing this artificial stuff. This is how you are allowed to be attacked. You know, but
absolutely, we fully agree on that. Keep going.
So if you go back and you watch the movie The Golden Child didn't eat flesh. That's why they kept pushing that bowl of blood in front of him, which symbolized the flesh. Remember, he kept eating his little leaf. He was a vegan.
They hid the blood in the oatmeal, right?
He kept eating his little leaf though, right? So that's like I tell you, with me, they can attack me because I'm raw vegan. So I used to couldn't smell them when they come. You can smell them too if you in your house, because they're nocturnal. If you in your house and it's around 11 or 12 something that night, and you just smell something like a funky odor, you like, what the fuck that is? Somebody done fired it? That's them. They waiting on you to fall asleep in that unconscious state so that they can feed off of you. And the only way they can feed off of you is if you carnivorous. But just like I was telling you, in The Golden Child, remember when he kept eating his little leaf, but that entity was coming through that portal, he wanted to feed off of him. He wanted that energy. He said, oh, you gonna eat. And he kept pushing that bowl of blood in front of him. That's the if you carnivorous.
All right. I watched that movie a lot growing up, so I never made that connection. But I appreciate that.
Them other entities that
I actually never seen what about.
It's a good movie. That's the Eddie Murphy movie.
Hey, you seen that?
So where I gotta tell Tom this because it's important. So this another conversation, right? This D2. Now they got other entities on this planet, because I know you guys was talking about white and black. See, that's the deception. That's what they trick you at, right? You got entities that's on this planet. They all colors. They white, they black, they Asian, they Mexican, they all races. They can influence you through touch, right? It'd be a subtle bump. You don't even know it. And they used to could get me too. And that's when I realized, damn, when I changed my menu, they can't even influence me no more. So you got to pay attention to that. When a person might walk past you and be like, oh, excuse me, brother, and they subtly tap you because they look just like us. Remember on The Golden Child when Eddie Murphy was interacting with dude and he thought that he didn't know that he was a supernatural being.
When did The Golden Child come out? I'm just curious.
When did that movie come out?
That came out in the late 80s.
That's
a throwback classic. Golden
That's
Child.
what I mean. I heard never say it came before.
I just sat next to the guy, just to do a quick shout out to him. It was almost eerie, y'all. I sat next to the guy who played I forgot his name in the movie. He just passed away, so we'll move on. Hey, just thoughts for his positive thoughts.
Wait, Todd,
he played in Golden Child.
Yeah, the Matrix happened.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better. So remember the old man? Remember he was like this supernatural entity in Eddie Murphy. So look, they got them here, right? And they can touch you. If your menu is like carnivorous, they can touch you and then influence you, and you'll be like, damn. Like an hour later, why I'm so angry, or why I'm thinking this, or why because they influence you in a different type of way. And a lot of people don't believe this because they're Orthodox. They only believe in Christianity, and Christianity only teach you one way. It's not teaching you about the other entities, because like if you study theology, a lot of people that became bishop, priest, and popes and all this, they had to take a theology course. They had to. And it goes into depth of what the Bible is really about and who it's about. And it's about like the Anunnakis. It's about all these people, all these deities.
So let me go. I was going to go there earlier. And, I hate to cut. I hope you don't take it as I'm cutting you off, Cairo. But I don't want to forget the thought. I'm older. But when you said
I love intellectual conversations. You don't have to worry about
Are you aware of the breakdown of Israel being broken down into Isis, Amun-Ra, and El? Because when you say Anunnaki was they all were the gods. But I guess after I'm not an expert on this, one of the Anunnakis is sort of like the guy who claimed Earth as his domain. And Correct. They're saying, right. So that's why that particular Anunnaki is a jealous God. Think about this now. So it's right there in scripture, like, yo.
You learned it.
Right. So I'm glad. It's amazing how words can trigger memories. Because as soon as you said Anunnaki, it reminded me
You
of what
on
I
it.
wanted to say earlier. But I'm gonna
You
pass
on
the mic back to you because I didn't want to hijack with the point you was
Nuh-uh, go
making.
ahead. You on it. I love
So,
holding intellectual conversations.
yeah, so
That's
that's
why
what
I
it
say,
is. So, but Cairo, so again, it proves that this world we living in is not spooky. So out of the Anunnakis, it was one of them that said, okay, I'm gonna lay behind and I'm gonna cultivate this rock called Earth. And I'm gonna choose these people called the Israelites. Now, you take the word Israel, it's right there in the
well,
Bible. When
create
they
these people.
create, right? But
They
remember when you
created
say,
us.
but hold on, Cairo, when you say create, remember the Torah says, let us create man. So that was a group. Us is plural.
Yeah.
Now let's not tap into Christianity yet. We can get to that if y'all want to. But if you take it, because this predates Christianity, so it proves. Some people say those were the Anunnakis right there when it says let us create man. So when it say let us create man, one of those us they're basically saying is the God of Israel. If this don't make sense to anybody on the panel or in the comment section, let us know. So one of the Anunnakis, which is part of the us, let us create man in our image. They was huge people. That's why they was able to build those pyramids like that. So one
You
of
know
them,
what,
the
Ty?
other
They
was.
still here.
So how do they get past? I don't know what the Anunnaki god name is, but the god, whoever follows the Israel laws, for some reason they flourish until they start disobeying Cairo. So my question is, and I want to hear Solo thoughts as well, and Jamie's, how do these supernatural beings you telling us about get past the God of this world? And I'm not talking about Satan or Lucifer. I'm not talking about Satan. I'm talking about the God of Israel, which has a chosen group of people to teach the world how to protect themselves from these supernatural beings you're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, because you got to think about our universe. Remember, I told you astrology, astronomy, and mathematics is very important. So that's why I told you people that went to theology school and studied theology know, like when, quote, the Jesus in the Bible was like, in my father's home is many mansions. What he was referring to, because, everything is figurative. That's how we communicated. Well, I would say we, because we are our ancestors. That's another conversation too. So some things, the Bible is figurative, right? They use figurative language. So they were talking about like our galaxy. We are in the Milky Way galaxy. That's
Uh-huh.
one galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
It's billions of galaxies. And in each
Mm-hmm.
one of those galaxies, they have different solar systems, right? So
Uh-huh.
we are our own solar system. So let's think about another solar system, right? They will have a creation too. That's like the Anunnakis and the reptilians. They are not alliance, they are enemies, right?
Didn't know that. All right. Keep
So
going.
it's a chain. So like you have the reptilians, you have the Anunnakis, you have other deities. It's a council. If you ever watch Star Wars, because I'm still studying it too, but some things it's like it's intuitive because it's in our DNA,
Right.
But if you ever watch Star Wars, whatever it is, when you see the council, you see everybody around. This person was in charge of this one. This person was higher than this one. This person was on another level. In reality, that's just how it is.
Uh-huh.
Some people just stop at God. But who created God? If you do believe in God,
Well, there's 3,000 different gods. Man created God. The creator made man. I want everybody, let me say that again in English before y'all jump on me. Man created God. The creator made man. Does that make sense?
yeah, I know this, but sometimes you got to speak on people terms because a lot of people, they don't know that. So when I say God, like obviously I wasn't born in a home where, we had God and Jesus. That shit was like, I couldn't even go to people's house that was Christians. Like my grandparents was like, no. I remember I went to one of my friend's house and she had these Caucasian people on the wall. I guess they was, and even that's esoteric. But I went home and I was telling my grandpa, like, she had these Caucasian people on the wall, and I didn't know it was the Last Supper. She was just trying to explain it to me. And after that, like, I couldn't go by nobody's house that was Christians. You know what I mean?
All right, so let's go. So let's go before
Hey,
Christmas. What about
real quick. I mean, y'all been cooking for a good little minute.
We've been cooking for it, yeah, true.
I mean, I've been trying not to intervene too with y'all, but I mean, y'all been going probably like 30, 40 minutes straight.
My bad.
I'm not even exaggerating. That's the crazy part. But I also want to, get, you know, so in case Solo, she may have anything she want to intervene. I know I'm sure she don't want to interrupt y'all. And then on top of that, I have some comments where they were asking questions. I want to address some of them. So first, Solo, if you have anything you want to share, go ahead.
Old, not an
Um,
inch from.
well, I mean, the only thing I would comment on is Taj's question about these sort of big people that Taj, are you talking about the people in the Bible? The like when the angels were mixing with the humans and they
Yes.
created
Yes.
The Nephilim. The
Yes.
yeah.
Nephilim.
They were
Bible.
giants. It would be
Yeah,
easy for them to build pyramids. Go ahead, Solo.
So are you asking if they, you know, maybe I haven't read that in the Bible, but I do know that they were like these big people. I don't know how the earth was like wiped clean of them though. I'll be honest and say that. I don't know. I thought that it was that before or after the flood?
that was
That's
before
before the flood.
Oh, okay.
the
Yeah,
flood.
okay.
Right.
So the flood is how it happened then. I
Yes.
would
The
say.
flood is the disobedient. Flood is the disobedience of people, us. The
Mhm.
people you talking about, the fallen, or as Cairo said earlier, the Anunnaki, and I'll be the first to say I'm not an expert on it, but they were here. They sort of here to. They was here to kind of develop the planet. And so the people you talk,
So you
the
think that they
giants, it
built?
was like
You think
still to
that
this day
they?
we look at the.
You think that they built the pyramids in like Egypt and made these, maybe
Solo.
wonders of the world? You think that they built those sort of sites
Hell
and
yeah,
not human
I
slaves?
do.
So they built it before the flood or
They
after?
may have you. They may have used human slaves, but they were big enough to be the architects. Because why would that still be a wonder of the world today in 2025? Because we're living out. I got to move. Living out, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. this, that's if y'all remember that movie. We're like the midgets. I shouldn't have said that word because I know that could be offensive to our brothers and sisters that are midgets. But we're sort of like the honey. I feel better saying the Honey I Shrunk the Kids version of the people you talking about, Solo. But like Jamie said, me and Cairo went long enough. I want to hear you all the way out. Go ahead.
I guess I'm trying to clarify because I'm not there. Maybe this is my ignorance, so I'm trying to figure out exactly where you're going because I don't understand
So
maybe even
Solo,
some of the words.
so Solo, let me go back to that scripture. And I want to be brief because Jamie made a great point. When the scripture says, let us make man, it was a group of, let me use the term, gods that created man in their image. When we go to Christianity, Christianity pivots to Jesus Christ. Christianity teaches when they say let us make God, that's Jesus, the Father, and that's it. That's my understanding. That's my comprehension of Christianity. And this is why religion is divisive because everybody come with their interpretation. Everybody come with their narratives. And I'll leave it there so I don't carry on too long.
Okay, so as it relates to that part, I always assumed that it was God and
Kenny
Jesus.
said, nigga said mention twice. Kenny
Well,
always. Go ahead, Solo.
it was my understanding maybe it was God and who we call Jesus, who
But that's Christianity teaches, and I'm not here to talk anybody out. If anybody came up under that doctrine, what
It's
the
actually
Israelites, because the
that's
Israelites disagree with that. This is why religion is so divisive. Because the Jews and the Israelites say, well, we don't believe that was Jesus when that scripture says, let us make man. They believe that was, if you want to say Anunnaki, what you call them, Jamie, the Nephilim, the fallen, that was the gods of that time. And the connection the topic me and Cairo was chopping up was one of those Anunnaki, Nephilim, whichever one you want to name, they claim this planet rock as their domain. And then they chose a special group of people. And this is so when Cairo mentioned Anunnaki, which is connected to Egypt, when you break down the word Israel, and you can look, everybody can look in their Bible, and you will say they always separate the IS, which is ISIS. It's a circle right there. Then it's RA for Amen Ra, and then it's L. All three of those are like three. Remember, the pharaohs were gods, and Egypt is in the Bible. So I'm just sharing with the audience and everybody listening. Those are the distinctions. And it all that water boils down to our own personal belief. And I'll stop right there. So that regardless of what I just said, if your personal belief matters, not what I'm saying. What resonates in your soul? Take it from there.
Okay, so hold on. I was about to say something, but I lost it. We'll come back. It'll come back.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I want to go to the comments to let some of these questions also get answered because they
I'll
did
jump
have.
in there with you. I'll jump in there with you. Go ahead, Jamie. Ellie, so
So
Kenny,
yes,
I didn't go ahead. My bad, bro.
yeah, I'm gonna go because it's actually been there a while, but like I said, I was trying to give y'all time to land, but that plane was still going. So I had to eventually go ahead and put the Twin Towers in the way and crash them because
Yeah.
they play.
Right.
Anyway,
Moderate. That's what the moderates do. Moderate the social emotions. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
so with this, let me see. We're gonna go all the way up. I remember this one here. Ali asked. She was saying, "Is this why we are told to fast?" She basically wrote this question when in regards to, I think when you were speaking on the, as she said, the diet and Taj had you referred to as the menu.
Right.
Yes, the menu.
So the
So
fasting helps with that. That's what she's asking. Go ahead.
Yes.
so
Hell yeah,
Ramadan, right?
fasting. Go ahead, Cairo.
Ramadan is related to that. I told you the government knows. That's why all of these holidays, they all connected to planetary alignment. If you don't believe me, go back and do your research so you can know. Because this one, these entities, these spiritual, supernatural beings, that's when they're allowed to come through. So that's why they got Fat Tuesday, right? Because they knew that portal was open. Because like Easter, like I forgot, you know what I mean? But I know Easter is like after the first equinox of the year or something like that.
Uh-huh.
It's related to something like that, right? So the
Uh-huh.
same thing with Ramadan. It's a time when this portal is open and they don't want to get fed off or through these entities. So let's just go back right to Fat Tuesday. So when they have Good Friday and Fat Tuesday, during that period of time, a portal is open. So they're not allowed to eat because these entities coming through and they're about to feed. So they don't eat during that time. So when Tuesday come around, that portal is allegedly closed. So they can feast. They can eat everything they want to eat because that portal is closed now. And it's all information that's out there, but you got to be careful with the government, right? You got to go deeper than just trying to research on your phone. You got to go to the library. You got to look up from different places because the government is trying to monopolize everything. They want to hide the truth from you. They want to keep you docile. Certain information that you research on your phone, they're not going to give you access to that. You got to go somewhere else. They're going to try to limit you because we are part of this what does they call it, algorithm, this matrix. And a lot of people don't know this. We are our ancestors because energy cannot be destroyed. It's just transferred. And goes back to those to the pyramids thing that I was talking about, what that y'all talked about on earlier. A lot of people know exactly what the pyramids are, what they were created for, and what was the purpose. Is esoteric. A lot of people know, they believe,
I don't
that.
want to get too distracted. I just want the question to get out. I'm sorry because
Okay, no, I get it. So anyway, so that's why you are told to fast, because they know that that portal is open and you're about to get ate. You're about to get ate. You're about to be paralyzed, sitting there, standing, can't move, and whatever coming through that portal about to feed off your ass. They're
I
about to
heard
eat you.
that. They done
Okay.
And
brought
it's different entities
Erica.
that come through.
They so all right, they brought Erica Badu name up, and I just want to say this real quick, solo Cairo J. Erica Badu is just she's a public star, she's a celebrity, so of course I ain't gonna say nothing crazy. But remember earlier we said the Bible is based before leaving Earth, and to me, Erica is someone who went beyond the basic part of the Bible, and she's into her belief, faith, spirituality, and we as fans and community members of her, whatever she say that makes it goes back to our soul party, people. Whatever resonates in your soul, just like we got unique fingerprints. I don't know what the hell you feel in your soul. So if Erica say something that resonates in your soul and not mine, and vice versa, do what you do with it. And that's my thoughts on her. I'm not afraid of people who go beyond the basics. It's like somebody in high school that don't want to go beyond basic math. It's called basic for a reason. And then you got the advanced versions of math, calculus, trigonometry, and all the other ones. That's it.
Okay, so let me address another one. She also asks, was this the book of Enoch? So I know the answer to that one. A lot of that information was in the book of Enoch. When it talk, because that's like the only one where it actually goes deep into talking about the Nephilim or Anunnaki and stuff like that. These giant beings that were walking the earth. They actually gave the names and stuff of some of them doing this in the book of Enoch. So yes, a lot of that is in there.
All right. Now Kenny, hilarious. I was reading one of Kenny comments, but back to you, Jamie. Back to you.
Wait, Taj, why you just sound like a news reporter? Back to you, Jamie. Back to you.
that's my way of passing the mic back. So sometimes I say pass the mic. That's just my way of letting them know I'm done. I'm shutting up. I'm back
Okay,
quiet.
so here's another one. How do Cairo? I'm guessing this one's for you. How do you know if you being attacked? Is it possible you could be getting attacked and not know it? Because everything I'm going through trying to fight a corrupt system, and now hearing y'all is making me wonder.
So my question to that is, you have to change your menu. When you change your menu, right, you no longer could be physically attacked or spiritually attacked. If your menu is carnivorous, then you are subject to being attacked from all different angles, from all different sides. And that's the solution. The solution is easy. They want you to think that it's difficult, but it's not. But food is like a drug. It's in your blood and you crave it, and it's getting harder and harder to change your menu with all of these artificial animal products that they're making. But the only thing that you have to do is change your menu, and it activates something into you spiritually where you can see the matrix. A lot of people see you vibrating on a different vibration. If you watch Superman, he wasn't on the same vibration. When they had to communicate to him, they was communicating through him from a whole nother vibration, and they told him, hey, only you can hear this, everybody else can't. So a lot of people, that menu is the same. They on the same vibration, and they all getting attacked from different angles. But the solution is so simple: change your diet,
Right.
or your menu.
Your
That's what the
menu.
government don't. Yeah, that's what the government don't want you to do. Look at all the abolitionists or the activists that start speaking on change your menu, off with their head. And you gotta, why is that?
Yeah.
Why you don't want me to change my menu?
Because you taking money from Big Pharma at that point.
Then you'll be able to see. You won't watch television no more, because that's the real sorcery. That's the real Black Mirror. You won't be worrying about Louis, Gucci, Vuitton, and all of that foolishness. You become conscious. It's something that activates something in you where you can see the whole, and you like, oh, this is what it is. And that's what they're afraid of. You know why? Because they can't monopolize, they can't control. They cannot control. Now think about if we all become conscious like this and change our menu, we'll take that power back. You're no longer docile. Your ability is no longer dormant, because everything is geomagnetic, and that's what they don't want. Trust me, I know, because I was carnivorous too at one point. But when I changed my menu, I started to take notes, and I started to go back and compare. And that's when it became, I say, whoa, this is deep. But you got to be careful.
Y'all don't think it's crazy? Hey, y'all don't think it's crazy that they just added one letter to the word die, and they got humanity just decades, for centuries we've been saying diet, and we all powerful when we speak that vibration. And they didn't even try to hide much. They just added one more. Yeah, die. Put it right in our face. That's the reason behind that. But I love my takeaway from science connection to what you said
That
is
connection
through the
cook.
food. That's it.
I know his
That's the
connection. Taz, I
scientific.
can't hear you.
That connection cooked
You
you
get
like last
that's
3 seconds.
That's the
that's better.
government. They know we talking about something deep.
Yeah, for sure. You know that.
There you go. I can hear you. What was you saying?
No, I was saying my greatest takeaway from your point was when you made the scientific connection through the food. You're saying there if we can manage our menu, then we got a stronger chance of fighting off these what I would call, is it okay to call it enemy energy? Because if they suck it, that's just like a mosquito. A mosquito is enemy energy because it's sucking your blood and energy is in the blood. And so are these supernatural beings, are some of them enemy energy?
They well, most definitely, because they need to feed off of you in order to survive.
So that's
But
the
the thing
enemy.
about
All
why I
right.
say, yeah, why I say change your menu and it's so important because you can really see they have black people thinking we are the enemy. You know what I mean? But if you change your diet, then you will be able to like become consciously aware that we are not each other enemy. But it's all associated with television. You know, like I'm gonna just say this, and I'm not gonna go too deep. When people talk about they doing sorcery and they talking about they witches and painting the mirror black and lighting these candles, that's not the real sorcery. The real sorcery is keeping you in a trance through television. You know what I mean? It's deep, and the government know this. But you got to change your menu. That's the first start. You know, you can't be attacked. They can't attack you. I told you it's entities on this planet. You would think that I'm suffering from psychosis, but this is facts. They look just like you. They're in human form, and they can touch you and influence you too. And you running around thinking, damn, why I got angry all of a sudden, or why I'm going off on this person, or why I got so much anger in me, or why I hate myself. It's all connected. These people
Okay.
feed off of this type of energy.
All right.
These entities. The diet is the first thing. Change your menu. You
Menu,
know, I gotta
straight
break
up.
that
Right
habit.
on.
You know, I've been using diet for a long time, but
It's all
I
look. This
like
that's
menu.
what we here to
Change
do.
your menu.
That's what we here to do, Cairo. Each one teach one. We here to help each other. Go ahead, Jamie.
Change your menu.
Straight up.
Okay, so that was a very deep convo and stuff like that. But I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next one. But definitely good stuff with that. Y'all want to in on that? We're gonna go ahead and go to AI because, as we know, AI as of late has fastly been moving, changing our lives in multiple different ways. Some see it as the change as negative, and some are looking at it as a positive. So us as the black culture, it definitely will affect us heavily once AI peaks, because for one thing, these same government entities and stuff like that that's controlling stuff, they're going to absolutely train it to do stuff to keep us in our black in our place. And on top of that, the jobs that typically we work is what's going to be replaced. So I would like to get the each one and every one of you guys take on what you think the fate of us is and how we should be looking at it, how to deal with it with the rise of AI. We're gonna start with Solo.
Let's go, Solo.
For me, of course, I'm a little ignorant because I don't know exactly what's going on with AI and where it's going. But based on how the internet blew up, I could imagine that AI is going to blow up as they perfect the software. What I primarily look at as it relates to AI is that with these police officers and these governments and these state and federal governments, I don't want them using AI to harass black people, to try to do face recognition, pushing people out of crowds, trying to arrest them for crimes that they got nothing to do with. So I don't want us to sort of rely on computer programming not as though I would like for them to rely on these officers either. So my fear is that AI is going to enter into the criminal justice system, and then we're going to be the ones being targeted. For some reason, that's where my mind goes, because I associate AI with sort of facial recognition. So I look and I see, well, that may affect us as it relates to if they start to implement that in the criminal justice system, or how they sentence us, or whatever, how they fabricate evidence, or whatever they're doing. So in the event that they're looking to incorporate AI into that, I'm a little nervous about. I see people creating. I mean, then you also have the fear that AI is gonna start taking sort of jobs, I would say. But I guess we're just gonna have to continue to develop as this program gets better. So that's all I have. So when I do AI, when I think about AI, all I think about is it getting in the hands of these police departments, and they start using it to lock us up. So that is sort of my take on it.
Okay, Cairo.
I want to hear Ty's perspective, your perspective. I love her perspective. I hear what she's saying. That is a concern, but I just want to hear everybody's perspective, because she just said a bunch of valid points, a bunch of
Yeah.
valid facts. You know, it can be manipulated to be
Uh,
used in an inappropriate way. But I just want to hear everybody out.
uh,
All
yeah.
right, Ty.
The job business industry is nothing to really worry or stress over, because they're going to come with the UBI, which is Universal Basic Income. Now, if you want to enjoy a lifestyle of luxury, you're going to have to sort of keep up with the times to, because it's going to be real difficult if AI done took over all of our jobs. That's what the UBI, and UBI is a real thing as we speak. It stands for Universal Basic Income. So it's like everybody getting, is almost like communism. So the creative thinkers are going to thrive because we come up with original thought. And a lot of the we create the intellectual property. So, and also the new fight is, let me call it a gold rush, not a fight. The new gold rush is learning AI. So remember, the gold rush right here in California was about people rushing from all over the country to California to try to discover gold. Well, we're sort of at that phase now with AI. So, Jamie, I think I heard you either make a point or ask a question earlier. What should we do? We should develop our own AI, because it's pretty much going to become the collective consciousness, and it's going to take care of all of our thinking for us, so we can, and I know people got an issue with that, but that will allow us to focus on intent. And I'm more concerned about a person's intent for me than their intelligence. And I think I can conclude my comment with that. When I meet, especially when you meet somebody new, I want to know that person's intent for me, not so much. That's more important to me than how smart, intelligent they are. That's it.
Okay, so for me, let me go ahead and address this super chat real quick, though. I believe that Chat GPT is hurting and influencing our culture, especially the single mother to raise kids. I mean, I do think it's hurting our culture in a lot of different ways. You're saying single mothers to raise kids. The only thing I could think that you may be referring to is possibly, them having them on these tablets and iPads and stuff like that, and AI teaching them certain things instead of us as parents, actually doing it themselves. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and let me know exactly what you mean when you say, it affecting the single mothers with raising the kids. But as far as me with this AI thing, I'm gonna tap on one of the things you said about, you know, if you want to live a luxurious lifestyle, basically you have to, tap into it and bring, I guess, more value to AI, and make your own form or whatever.
Yes.
Um, I think also, like I've said when we was talking, me and you kind of had this conversation on the morning show with it. I think it's going to make us too reliant on it because once we have AI doing all this stuff for us, we're going to get lazy and we're going to get stupid because we're going to allow them to do any and everything. Keep in mind, these things are going to get to the point where they're self-aware. Actually, technically, they already are. And if we rely on them to do everything for us, especially imagine us to have a generation of that. Think about a whole generation that doesn't know how to drive a car, that doesn't know, because eventually they're going to start having self-driving cars. That doesn't know how to drive a car, that doesn't know how to, shit, cook food, plant crops, all this stuff because AI is doing it all. If they were to turn against us and show, start making it that we don't have it anymore, what are we gonna? We're a lot of the generation is gonna be cooked. They're gonna have to lean heavily on the elders just to survive, and that's gonna create chaos. In my opinion, also, I think we shouldn't fear it though, because like at the end of the day, it's here and it's here to stay. So we're gonna have to adapt and learn, make AI work for us. That's what you're gonna have to do. Find a way to
Yes.
master, let it work for you,
Yes.
but also don't get to the point where you're just solely relying on it because then I think you're cooking yourself. So that's my take on
Agree.
it.
All right. Cairo.
So I think that I love everybody perspective. I love Solo perspective, how she stated earlier that the government or the police department, the law enforcement, they could try to manipulate it and use it against you to criminalize you. That's facts, right? However, contrary to that, I think they're gonna have software programs to where they can determine if this is genetic or artificial, you know. But some people can do that. Like they can just blame it on AI. For instance, if you send somebody, they can make a video saying, "Look, this person, having sex with this man having sex with this man." And it could be factual. It could be really like some hard evidence they have, but they can say, "Oh, that's just AI. That's not me." You know what I mean? It could
Uh huh.
be used that way. To your point, Taj, to what you were saying, you can stay stuck with the basics or you can advance. Me, I like everything advanced. I don't want to be stuck at the basics. I want to be able to elevate, like Jamie was saying, people can start to be codependent on AI. Like I'm one of them people. I like things easy. You know what I mean? If I can buy a AI kitchen program that'll cook for me, hey, how much it is? I'm about to buy it. I don't have to cook. Let me
Straight up.
program this. I want this. You know what I mean?
Jamie,
So everybody had like really, really great perspectives, and I see everything from
not ready.
everybody's
Go ahead.
perspective, and I agree with everybody. So that's my take on it. Like I'm a type of person like, why um lift up a heavy 5-gallon water bottle when I can buy this robot and it can do all the heavy lifting for me. You know what I mean? But like how
Straight.
Solo was saying, you got to be able to, and they should allow that to be a part of the program too. If you buy some type of AI program, it have to have something in there. It has to have something in there to where you can determine if this is real or if this is fake. Because I don't want to just go based up off of this video where you saying this man shot this man in the head, and it's all type of AI programs out there that they create this and make this shit look authentic. So how can we determine if this real or if this fake?
Community. That would be my short answer to that
I
question.
can't hear you
Community.
guys.
Can y'all hear me?
Let me
Yeah.
know.
Jamie,
So
can you hear me?
yeah, we are. I think it's just hers on her end again. When she come back, I'll let her
All
back
right.
in. But also, yeah, something else I want to touch on that's very dangerous about AI. You know how they have the ability to scan the faces and create entities. Well, I mean, create images of you to make you do things and seem like you're doing things. At least it's not you actually, but they can manipulate people and then make them believe that you've done something that you actually haven't done. And you know how gullible people are now. Like even people that are innocent in today's time, they did folks will believe they did it just because the system is putting it out there that they did it. So imagine if they actually have video footage of it, even though it's not real. Because let's be real, a lot of us can't even tell the difference between AI and real still. A lot of us can't. So with that being said, think about like in the show, it's crazy. In the show Beauty and Black, right? I know everybody here haven't seen it, but in that show, there was a part. It was this dude that was looking for this guy, looking for who killed his daughter. I mean, he killed his wife. Sorry, ran his wife over with a car, right? And they was trying to trick him. They manipulated him by creating an AI, footage of this crackhead doing it. And they blamed it on the crackhead and made it look like he was the one who actually killed her when it wasn't. So that's how that is showing. They always show you what's to come in these shows and movies anyway. So like that's how dangerous it can be. And you best believe whenever people are speaking out against these elites, they're gonna use that type of shit to help take them down, create lies.
But shouldn't it be something installed in that computer software to where you can determine if this AI or is not?
Well, this is the thing. You will be able to determine. A lot of people can, but I would say most can't, and that's the problem. Like I was saying earlier, I think you left out when I was saying this. Most people are very, very gullible. They're gonna just believe it solely because they see it. And let's be real, especially the older generation. They don't know the difference between AI and the real stuff, and they don't know the technicalities to be able to detect what it is or it ain't. They're just gonna believe what they see. It's gonna create chaos. But we
Like you
gotta be
said,
Jamie,
smart.
you can use it for good. I like AI. I like anything advanced.
Oh, like I said, we have to.
I
We
like
have
it too, Cairo. I like it too, Cairo.
well,
Like
what
But
I
Todd
Jamie,
said,
look,
you
if you
can
don't
stay
mind
at the
me using,
basics. You can advance. I'm on it. I don't want the basic max. Let me know
yeah,
algebra
yeah,
one,
I'm past the
algebra
basic
two.
shit.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah,
I don't want the
yeah,
basics.
the basic shit. Boring. I mean, for some people. Jamie, let me read this comment to see if we can.
you went out, bro. I don't know what you said.
I can't hear that here.
If the water boiled
Hey,
down
you gotta
to
start over.
which one,
Hey, hold on.
which
Start over
one?
with your whole thing. Start over with from the beginning because you kind of went out. We couldn't hear you.
All right, so reading all in comment say intent versus intelligence. Starting with panel, which one would y'all rather or prefer to interact with? Intent or intelligence?
I'm going with intelligence. I'm sorry.
All right, one for intelligence with Cairo.
For me, I mean, that's kind of a tough question to ask, but if I had to pick, I would say intelligence only because I'm going to make the determination what I intend for you. Like if I intend to keep you around or if I intend to never talk to you again. So I sort of figure that out. But I would like to gain something from the communication, which I'm only going to get if you're intelligent.
Well said. James, you want to participate? You in on this?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
So I was turning all in comment into a quick poll for the panel in the comment section. Would y'all prefer when you interacting with a person, would you prefer to know their intent or their intelligence? Regardless of what the interactions are. Family, friends, enemies, community,
I
church,
get it.
synagogue.
I get that, but in my opinion, I mean, they kind of one and the same in a bit to a degree because intelligence, you know what I'm saying? You got to be you got to listen in order to gain intelligence anyway. And then, you know what I'm saying? Your intent, you're going to know their intent with the mixture of intelligence once you listen to them. So, I mean, I guess intelligence, because if I had to give an answer.
All right. All right. Moving right along, y'all. Let's go. That was just something quick to do.
Because to me, intelligence, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be able to dismantle their intent if you have the intelligence to know, you know.
But intent,
Exactly.
so I agree with all in the comment section. Intent. I know a lot of intelligent, that's interesting, intelligent dummies. But yeah, I just want to know I mean, if we take it to the dating life, like sometimes it's tough. The dating, I think the single thing that makes the dating life tough is trying to figure out the person you're trying to get to know. What is their true intent? Like what the ladies say about us, the fellas. Is our intent just to hit that human swimming pool, or is it like they got a whole song about that? Do you really? I can't remember the song. Do you really want to they play it on the radio all the time? Or this just a hit and run? So in that song, the lady is trying to discover: does the guy really like her, or is his intent just to hit it and split, the hit and run? So I think that's the difference between. And she's trying to use whatever intelligence she has to decipher what's his intent. That's it.
But if you're intelligent, that's why I say intelligence, because behavior is a language. I don't know if people took behavior and anatomy, however you say it. But whenever I date, I just read their behavior. I look at what they do. I don't give a damn about what you're saying, because your behavior gonna tell me everything. And that's how I make my decision.
And this is the thing. There's no way to be an intelligent dummy. You can be an educated dummy. Intelligent dummy, they don't go together.
Fair correction.
A smart person can play dumb, but a dumb person can't play smart. You got to remember that.
True.
Yeah, right. But by what you said, that makes you not an intelligent dummy.
Well, I get what Jamie's saying. You saying if you could reword it, educated dummy is more
an educated dummy. Yeah, you have a whole lot of educated dummies.
Because education is measured by degrees, diplomas, and stuff like that. Exactly. Intelligence, you can self-learn, you can study.
Believe that these people are automatically intelligent and smart because they have all these damn degrees. And I promise you, a lot of them be dumb as shit.
Right. So, all right. Educated dummy.
All right. So
like Cairo, just to conclude my point, I'm just used to everything being used for good or evil, so I'm not afraid of AI. It's new. We always tense up when something new is entering the zeitgeist. If I could use a fancy word, zeitgeist is like the mindset of society, the mindset of civilization. That's the current psychology, the time we living in. And when you study history, people always tense up. Technology come in. Cairo said, I'm ready to advance. There's good and evil in everything except air, according to Kenny 2K. Back to you, Jamie.
Back to you, Jamie. If you don't knock it off with that back to you channel 2
they're getting this stuff confused with the definitions of these words, I think.
All right.
Like he's saying, people with intelligent people could think they are smarter than you. I mean, sure, but this is the thing.
Straight up.
Smart and intelligence is not exactly the same thing. They kind of derive from the same, but they're not the same. See, a smart person, they're like clever, have the ability to, move and stuff like that. I think intelligent people like they are more so wise and smart. So that's how I would describe it. Because like I said, look at the root word intel. Like to get intel, you have to listen.
Mm-hmm.
So people who listen a lot don't think they're automatically smarter than you.
Right.
This bad right
Hey,
here.
Kenny 2K say
Pretty
Trump
tricky
is
with it.
Kenny 2K say Trump is an intelligent dummy. He dumb as hell, but smart enough to become president. And
Well,
all in except your correction. Educated dummies. 100. All in. And that's high character right there. Shout out to all. And I agree with the
we
distinction
all
Jamie
get
made.
corrected. Yeah, they
Educated and
correct me sometimes, and I accept it. I be like, yeah, you know what, you right. And that's what true intelligent people do too. You're open to be wrong. Like it's too many people that want to argue to try to be right, which would make
Right.
you not as intelligent because you're trying to be right instead of trying to get to the bottom of
the
what the truth.
truth. Right. And
I
that's
think everybody
why
have
we
different
have
perspective.
that's why we have titles like evil geniuses, which it takes intelligence to be an evil genius. You know what I mean? But like you said, if you're striving to get to the truth, then it's more of a collaboration compared to a competitive.
All right, so
goal, if you will.
I think this was good stuff here. Anybody want to add up any follow up before we move to the next topic?
Yeah, real quick, TK helped me out with the. TK said that song is straight up by Paula Abdul. Absolutely. So if y'all familiar with that song, the whole song is about her trying to figure out the guy's intent on whether he just wanted to get some or he actually wanted to hook up with her. So I appreciate that, TK. Shout out to TK for helping my memory from that's
But yeah, also, but what we're saying though, see, like intelligence will let you know if he actually if he actually trying to just hit or actually mess with you like that. That's where intelligence come in.
I just want to make a statement on one thing. Like, all of my information and all of like everything that I have always got that was beneficial, I always got it not from like reading it out of a book, but always from hearing it from somebody else's perspective. I never like even it can be a homeless person or anybody. Whenever they hold a conversation with me, I never look down upon anybody and say, oh, he homeless or he a rockhead or he a dolphin or she a hoe and reject whatever they had to say because everybody perspective is different, and they might see one thing and you see another thing, and it doesn't mean that they wrong and that you right. You just have to learn how to see it from their perspective, and I actually benefit off of that a lot. That's a universal law that people don't know about, taking advice. Some people that hear something, they'll be like, man, that he a bum, he a dolphin, that nigga ain't got no money, he don't know. But that's $1,000,000 advice that can change your life if you just apply it.
True.
So I never, I always, I don't care who it's from. I'm sitting listening because I'm like, man, what I'm about to learn from him or her.
That's key. Yeah.
I love
Whoever.
listening to
Absolutely.
other people because that's how I get all my information. I'm getting it for free. They done studied it, they done read it. I ain't had to do all of that. They telling me, and I'm gonna use that and apply it.
That's right. That's real. That's real, Cairo. And that's Cairo says. I was about to squeeze one more point in, but Jamie grabbed the mic. All right.
Go ahead.
Now I was just gonna say, in addition to me and Cairo's agreement about AI doesn't hold back from humanity. So whatever you ask AI, and it's gonna kind of go to the point of what me and Kenny was making in the comment section. Whatever you ask AI don't ask itself, okay, this nigga trying to, learn what I know. A person like, okay, I'm only gonna share certain information with certain people or whoever it is. AI is programmed to just give you the answers to the question you ask, unless, as you said the other day on the morning show, Jamie, the programmer doesn't want it answering certain questions. So that's one, and AI is not emotional. I kind of got addicted one day going back and forth with Groke on Twitter because it ain't no emotion. You don't have to worry about stepping around emotional landmines that you have to deal with when it comes to interacting with people. That's it.
That's fact.
All right. That's it. Gonna go ahead and move on to the very last one. And that is another one that I think Black people focus too damn much on. But at the same time, it has its pros and it has its cons. So the person that I'm speaking of, as you can see, is Black people are borderline obsessed with Trump. Even though they hate him so much, they obsessed with him because
Right.
they're always talking about him. They always talking about, oh, Trump did this, oh, Trump did that. Oh, y'all didn't want to vote for, y'all should have voted. See, y'all should have voted for Kamala. Y'all didn't want to let a woman in office so much. So you let Orange Man do this. All this stuff that they be saying. And it's so much that even when Trump is doing something good that can benefit you, they'll go against it just because they hate him so damn much. Now, I got a couple of takes on this of how I see this thing, but I'm gonna open it up to you guys first. We've been going with Taj. We're gonna let you start this one out.
We gotta cash in on Trump absorbing our culture over the decades. So when you go through all the presidents, unfortunately, including President Barack Obama, who has sun in his skin, if you ask yourself, out of all the U.S. presidents, which one spent the most time around hip hop culture or black culture? And you know how we know it's Donald Trump? Because a lot of our rappers have shouted him out in our hip hop rap songs. So Trump, more than any other president, has absorbed culture from us. And we got picture receipts to prove this. This nigga in pictures with Mike Tyson. I mean, all the famous black celebrities we can name. I don't even want to go down the name drop list, but it shows and proves that he been around us. Why do you think he's one of the coolest white guys in American history? Now that's subjective. That's up for opinion. That's up for discussion. But it might be hard to trump that, so to speak. Being, having a little fun with the wordplay. So Trump, because he hung around us, and we got pictures to prove it. This nigga in pictures with Oprah, the celebrity starting to come to mind now. But the list is probably more than 40. He's been around us since the 80s, and now because he's rocking with his kinfolk, his lineage, his heritage, which is those people we often talk about in the South. He sort of turned his back on us after all that culture. So, for example, Kyra, I don't know if you know this. I went to Southern University, Baton Rouge, New Orleans. And New Orleans rubbed off on me so much that even out here in LA, a person would ask before they ask me if I'm from Florida. That's what I mean. Being around the New culture, which is one of the most contagious cultures in the world, definitely the country. That's sort of what Trump did to us as a people. He was around us so much to be super cool. And statement, how do we cash in on that? So we calling him out like Trump. We ain't saying you got to pass reparations, homie. But bro, you've been around us for decades. And I would like to ask the panel and the comment section, name a president, and it's not Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton has played the saxophone on Arsenio Hall show and black people went crazy. That's all he did. He does not have a track record of being around us. Donald Trump has a track record of being around the coolest rappers, the coolest boxers, the coolest
Basketball basketball players,
now
UFC, all
I'm
that
about
shit.
to say this. This is my last point. And this requires intelligence. I'm gonna pass the mic because I kind of way because it could come off kind of divisive. So I'll conclude my comment right there and pass it to whoever you want to go to next.
Last part you said.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll pass the mic so I can get my thoughts together because what I'm about to say, I want to be real thoughtful with it, and I don't want to just speed out there and say it, in a crazy way, and So I whoever you want to go to next, I'll sit back and listen.
Ahead,
well, I'm a Trump supporter. Don't get mad at me. I voted
We
for
ain't
Trump
mad
twice. I voted for Trump. I don't go off for what people say when it comes to the Congress, when it comes to government, when it comes to the political party. I look at the laws that are being passed and what are being set into place. And a lot of people don't know this. Trump signed the reform that allow a lot of lifers that was in prison specifically African American to be eligible for parole and to be released. And my brother was one of them, and one of my friends.
Brother was one
You
of
know,
them.
yeah, and Trump did this. Trump, the only president that pardoned more African American men in history. You know, no other president done this. Trump is
The
the other
racists,
president
keep in mind,
that
the racists did that, people. The racists.
okay, Trump, you know, he's getting rid of all of these programs that allowed, you know, black people to be complacent for so long. You know, that I agree with. You know, you get comfortable with Section 8 and the government taking care of you, you're never gonna have anything of your own. You know, Trump is talking about, you know, let's put America first. You know, and people interpret to that differently. You got all of these immigrants coming from these different countries that get over here, forget where they come from, forget that, you know, your ancestors built America, totally disrespect you, take the job, start speaking Spanish in front of you, don't give a fuck, you know, and benefit off of the atrocities that your ancestors went through. So, and Trump is saying, no, American people that's here in America that's homeless, they deserve these opportunities. We can't go to Mexico and get granted asylum, however you say it. You know what I
Seek
mean? I ain't go
asylum,
to
right?
Southern. I ain't go to Southern. I went to
I
the
hear you.
11th grade and that was it.
I hear you, Cairo. It's all
You
love.
know? So
Yeah.
forgive me, you
Yeah.
know, because my terminology, my brother be saying, girl, it's not Neanderthal, it's Neanderthal. I be saying, well, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, right. You get the point. Yeah.
And you got to think about this, you know, Trump is the only president that's hated by so many Caucasians. And you got to ask yourself why. Why do these Caucasians hate Trump so much?
Mm-hmm.
You know why? And then the first thing they'll tell black people, because you know black people docile, they go with whatever a Caucasian person say, oh, he racist. No black people know nothing about the laws that been put into place, the reforms that been signed, the bills that been passed. If you ask them, they'll get upset and say, well, I don't think politics. I don't, because they don't know. They just go off, oh, he racist, because that's what they was fed. You know what I mean? But I'm a Trump supporter. I voted for Trump twice. And that's my perspective. That's my point of view.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong. Hey, that's your right. Solo.
Yep. Solo.
So, I mean, I would agree. Trump is known for being in our rappers' pictures and, you know, mentioning rap songs. But I just think that Trump likes to be in the media. He likes to be talked about. You know, he likes to be, you know, praised for doing whatever it is that he's doing. He's full of himself. So, of course, he wants to be in the media. He probably loved being mentioned in rap songs because
Uh-huh.
that, you know, him being a president only intensifies that I like. This is why he hang around us, because we got the best culture. Our artists rap is what's popping, and they in the songs talking about me. Black people are in rap songs talking about Donald Trump. So I think that he would, that made his damn day that black people love Trump.
Mm-hmm.
um as far as like him right now, you know, I was actually wanting to wait to be the last person because I didn't know anything that Trump has done that benefited black people. So I wanted to get in it some information and probably be enlightened about what Trump has done. I understand Trump has let some black people out of jail. I think that he's signed some reforms and all of that. But I also
Yeah.
think that
Also gave
Trump
the most
has
money.
done
I'll help you out.
way more worse things to black people or just the economy, period. Because I think that a lot of what Trump does, it doesn't necessarily affect black people negatively specifically, but it just affects the economy as a whole. Since majority of us are middle class, and that's who American politics seems to attack and target, that's where it affects black people because majority of us are working, are in middle class. So, and then we have so many of us on these governmental programs that we rely on, especially our single mothers. They rely on these benefits to take care of their children, And he cutting those. He said, no, if you're on Medicaid, I'm cutting it. You can't afford Medicaid, especially when you're talking about our elderly. They get less in Social Security than a lot of other races. So if you're cutting Social Security, you're cutting Medicaid, where a lot of people are from that get Social Security, they're on Medicaid, but you're cutting that. Now they have to figure out how they're going to afford their medication. So it's not that Trump's policies affect Black people specifically, but because we're people who are receiving some of these benefits, of course we're being affected by that. Like Trump, how many jobs in Memphis he cut from the IRS? And you know Memphis is a big Black population. So you can guarantee that majority of them jobs he cut from the federal government, the federal government is a big employer of Black people.
Yes.
So for him to
Yes.
cut them jobs, a lot of Black people lost jobs. For him to cut programs, a lot of Black people lost those programs. So it's not that he's done stuff specifically that hurt us. I don't think DEI is something that benefits Black people. So I didn't really care about that. I don't really care about him scratching the museums. I thought it was cool that people from all over the world could go to that museum and see what's happened to us. But is it going to be the truth? No. Are they going to get the real deal? No. So I didn't really care. I don't think we should rely on white people to teach our history anyway. So I didn't really care about them slashing the museums, slashing the funding from these programs. That doesn't really bother me. I don't think that the white people should teach our history anyway. But when it comes to like the little bit of economic power we do have, Trump is passing. He's cutting a lot of that, and a lot of us are losing our economic power is related to that. And I mean, it's just another large group of Black people who are going to be looking for work, asking white people for something yet again, another job, trying to figure out how they're going to figure it out because they've been working for the government for all this time and now they have to go look for jobs. So, I guess Trump, maybe he's not hurting Black people. I personally I don't necessarily disagree with you saying that I want, you know, majority of the funds that they're using for the for immigrants that they use them for the American citizens, maybe Black people. But that's not gonna happen because he's at the same as he's saying, well, I'm going to take all this money from ICE or from the immigrant funding or all these funds you get from the federal government. He's not taking that money and putting them into social program. He's taking that money and putting them into the defense budget. So I mean, it's just I don't see the correlation between him cutting programs but also cutting these expenses. I don't see him putting that money back into community programs. I see him attacking the Department of Education, saying maybe the federal government want to do some changes to the Department of Education. But what exactly is going to be the changes? Are you just going to take the money and go, or are you going to put some more programs in there? Because all of that is just, so when they're taking money from these programs, and not just Black people, but everybody benefit from them, then he's hurting the citizens, maybe not specific Black people, but we're being, of course, when it's get bad for America, Black people suffer the worst. So I mean, and that's not just Trump. All these Republican and Democratic candidates. Like it's not gonna be a difference if it was Trump or it was Kamala, if it was any of these Democrat or Republican president. So I'm not picking on Trump. I'm just saying that he just happened to be the president Trump nominee who they voted into office. He's the one that's vetoing these policy cuts. So he just happened to be the face today. So I mean, and aside from that, I mean, I just think Trump is just racist. Like he is racist, but I mean, he called Jasmine Crockett ignorant and dumb and like it's just outrageous, but he don't attack. I'll go ahead. I'll move on. That's my thing with Trump is that he's affecting Black people now when he used to love being, in our things. He's
Yeah.
not gonna do a damn thing for us. Like I don't I hope black people are not expecting Trump to give us reparations or give us
Solo,
anything like that.
is it worth calling him out on that though? Like, so let's
I
say
mean,
you're right
no,
and he
not
don't.
really. Not really, in my opinion. I mean, what else do we expect from these people? I mean, do you expect them? Do you expect for out of, let's just say it's 100 million white people, do you expect a million of them to not be racist? Do you, I mean, do you specifically think Trump is the racism in America? Absolutely not. He's just happened to be the person in the face. If you was to put another Republican candidate up there, they're gonna start calling him racist. Everyone racist nowadays because they think that's enough to get them counseled. But these people have been racist. The liberals are racist. It's not a Republican domain. I calling Trump a racist means nothing to me. Like, all of them are racist. So it's not that Trump is the only racist person in America. So calling him racist means nothing. But I don't think he's gonna do anything for Black America. Like, I hope we're not sitting back waiting, thinking Trump is gonna be the one that's gonna give us reparations. We're not. That's not gonna happen.
So can I just make a statement real fast? Go back to the cut of these jobs. The reason why he cut these jobs, because it's a cause and effect, right? It's a reason behind everything. How he was saying, you have these people that been holding these positions and these federal jobs for over 20 years, and they haven't done anything. You know what I mean? They haven't given back to the community. Um, I agree with a whole lot of things people say, but black people, they don't even do anything for black people. You know, they're always like waiting on the Caucasians or the Europeans or the oppression to do something for black people, but they don't. They get these jobs, these good paying jobs, they get these opportunities that other people are less fortunate to get, and they don't even try to develop programs in their own communities. They don't say, let's set up this boys and this girl, what is those things called? Those programs, those boys and those girls programs after school. Yeah, let's not buy a grocery store. Let's go in half and buy a grocery store and put in our community to make our economical system stronger. You know, they don't do this. You know, so it's kind of ironic to me that, and I'm just speaking in general, like the African American race, they're always pointing a finger at the Caucasians or the Europeans, but they don't even really do anything for their own communities. We can't, how can you rely on your oppressor to do anything for you? For example, if I have a opportunity where I have a career and it's paying money, I'm about to get with people like Taj and with Jamie and say, man, this is what we need to do. We need to put our money together and try to build an outreach program. Let's start teaching these little black kids self-defense. Let's educate them. Let's set up some type of what is the word for academic program? We don't even do this. So how do we expect our oppressor to do this? That's my only concern. And that was the reason why he said, I'm cutting these jobs. What are you doing? You've been here 20 years. What have you done for your community? What have you given back? Nothing.
So Cairo, real quick, Jamie.
So,
So so
and then these,
so Cairo,
One more time, one more
all
time,
right,
one more time.
Jamie, I can get in real quick.
wait, but then these programs, like Section 8, one more Section 8, right? You
Let,
got
let,
these women that's
let,
dependent on
let
Section 8.
Solo go ahead and
But
respond because she was speaking to her. Let her respond. And
Oh,
then you
my
can go.
fault, my fault. Go ahead, Solo.
But I'm just saying, like, these programs real fast. You got all of these Section 8 programs, right?
Mhm.
My friend had Section 8. Whenever it's time for her inspection, she created an argument with the boyfriend to kick him out the house because he can't even be there. You know what I mean? I'm like, what
Yeah,
type of shit is this? Then when he gone, he mad. Now she trying to get him back, and he like, I gotta get my own shit. I'm tired of this bitch. So it's like, do you want to keep depending on the government? They're
right.
keeping you
Yeah.
complacent. So him getting rid of these programs, in my opinion, we benefiting off of this. Him taking these jobs, you got to look at it from all angles. Okay, they took this job. Let's create our own. Let's put the money back in our community. You know what I mean? I don't want Section 8. I don't want the government telling me who and who I can't have in my house. Because you can't have a man. I don't want food stamps. You only limited to what you can get. How much? Who want to live like that? Who want
Right,
to live
right.
with the government subsidizing you?
Yeah.
I know I don't.
Right. Shouldn't have to.
You
Right
know,
on. Yeah.
yeah, so it's things that you benefit. Like sometimes you got to be optimistic like me. If everybody sit around and threw they problems on the table, I'll probably be the first one to snatch my shit back. You know, so I have to look at the glass half full instead of half empty.
I heard that.
And
That's
that's
a
my
hell of
own
a.
perspective.
I like that, Kyra. Say if everybody threw their problems on the table, I have to snatch mine back. It's saying that is that saying that your problems is not as bad as you thought they were?
Exactly.
Caught that. I got it. I like how you said that. Shit.
All right.
Go ahead, Solo. Yep.
Yeah, I guess for the first point I think I disagree with was that, you know, if I'm just a regular human, I'm a black woman in America and I work for the government as a job and I've been working there, let's just say 12 years. I don't know what the government expect me to do other than to show up for my check, do my job, come home, pay my bills, pay my taxes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what type of additional community programs the government would expect from me as an individual to make in my community, and that's contingent on me having a job, right? So I can't keep my job with the government because I'm not creating these community programs in my community. So I think that ultimately, if the government wants to see community programs, of course, I think as Black Americans we should create our own community programs. I don't support asking the government for anything, but that's not happening. So if I'm this Black woman and I live in my community and I'm showing up to work, and that's the only requirement that the government has given me in order to keep this job, I think I should keep it regardless if I'm making contributions to my community as far as resources. So I guess I disagree with that.
And there's
Then the
nothing
other
wrong with that. Let
and
me
then
jump
the
in
other
real
thing,
quick because I got a question for Solo and Cairo. Even if we disagree, of course, Jamie too. Do y'all believe, and just to give y'all a number, 300,000 black women was fired off the federal level. Now, Cairo, you sort of spoke to this already. So my question is, was that political retaliation because black women voted for the Democratic candidate and 90%, 90 plus percent, was that political retaliation from Trump? Or was that sort of what the point I think Cairo made, that they just been squatting on the job? Because Solo, that was a good rebuttal as well. Both of y'all made great points, and that's where this question is coming from. That's a good point, Cairo. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, y'all say go to school, go to college, get a job. We get a federal job. We're on here doing our job. Now, if we're not doing our job, I get what you're saying, Cairo. Get rid of them, cut the fat, so to speak. If they are just doing their job, like, hey, I'm raising my family off this, was that political retaliation by Trump because black women voted against him, or was it really just a necessary budget cut?
I think
It
the
could
Black
be
women.
both.
It can be both. It can be both. Carry on. It can be both.
It can be both.
Yeah.
Solo made a statement. She said it doesn't depend on, you know, who's the president. It doesn't depend if it's the Democratic or the Republican Party. They both kind of have the same agenda. You know what I mean? That's big facts. But I think that, like, when we have these platforms or when we have these opportunities, a lot of us, we don't use them correctly. And when they get snatching away from us, then we quick to blame the European. But it was like, you held this platform, you had this opportunity for 12 years. What did you do with it? You know, because I'm not trying to stay on no job. I wasn't cultivated like that to stay on no job for no goddamn 10, 12 years and just keep working in slavery. I was taught, hey, get on
All right,
there. You're for real. You know,
have mercy, Cairo. Have mercy.
yeah, you
Cairo,
know, get this.
Cairo, the reason I'm saying have mercy because our parents, our grandparents' generation, that's what they was told. Hey, go to college, graduate. If you don't go to college, get a trade, get a career job. It's called a career. Pay your bills, take care of your family, and fly off into the sunset. So when you say, and I agree with what you said. I was cultivated like that as well. Hey, I'm not really trying to work for them people like that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I feel that 100%. But to generations before us that almost didn't have many options. I just don't want them to be, you know, feel like they settled. They didn't really settle. That's all that was the government offered them. If we go back 40 years, the Jim Crow era. Well, not that's more than 40. But y'all get what I'm saying. So I think Solo had a response, and I'll get out the way.
I guess I want to clarify.
All right.
exactly like what's being said. So again, we're gonna go back to my example. I'm a black woman. I work for the federal government. I've been working there for 12 years. You know, I guess I want to clarify what exactly do you guys expect them to do in order to maintain their jobs, other than them doing their job at the federal government. You're saying that you've been working here for 12 years and you haven't done anything. So I guess I want to clarify what exactly are you guys saying that they should have created a business on the side that would allow them to move from a W-2 employer until a business owner? Or are you saying that they're not doing their job at the federal government and that's why Trump let them go?
I'm saying my perspective is mindset. We all have a job to do. Everybody recognize the oppression in the United States of America. Some people have become desensitized and so complacent enough that they turn the other cheek. But me, as an African American woman living in the United States of America, and that's conscious, my whole mindset is, damn, my people out here suffering. I have to do something. I have to educate myself. I have to stack this money. I have to invest to open opportunities for my people so they don't have to be out here in the street robbing, killing, and murdering each other. That's my whole thing. I'm trying to get together with conscious people, right? With my brother Taj, with my brother Jamie. Hey, Jamie, this is what we got to do. We see the oppression. We see how they trying to turn our young black men into homosexuals. We see how they want us to be out here single, independent, strong black woman. No, I wasn't made to be single. I wasn't made to be independent. I was a man. He's supposed to be strong. He's supposed to advise us. So my only
Facts.
thing is, I was cultivated. Hey, you get at that job or that career for 5 years, stack that money, invest, open opportunity. But
Okay.
people like me, we conscious like that. The government are aware. That's why they got this all seeing dollar eye on that dollar bill. They're gonna try to keep their foot on your neck. And you keep asking yourself, damn, why every time, I save this 30,000, an obstacle will come and I get scammed? Because we are part of the matrix. And 90% of the people are a part of that system. And then you got that 5%, we woke. We fighting against the system.
Yeah.
They don't want
Oh,
us.
okay, so I
Solo.
guess I still want to clarify. So is it that you would say that in order for them to not be relying on the government for the job, that they would need to sort of build in their community and create their own sort of money, income, business, so they can be self-sufficient?
I'm saying pretty much. I'm pretty much saying
Okay.
that, if you live in, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Like, why stay complacent somewhere 12 years when you see your brothers and your sisters every day suffering and you generating this income where you can provide or create opportunity by being self-sufficient, by creating your own business? How could you feel
Right.
so desensitized and complacent that you stay somewhere and then who want to depend on the government, the same government that's keeping majority of your people oppressed? That's the thing about why my family always told me, hey, don't get on those Section 8 programs because what the government do, they your pimp. They telling you when you can eat, how you can live, what you can do, and they ready to take that shit back. They take it. What you gonna do? Now they took them jobs, and everybody around here crying, oh, they took my job. They racist, but you had that job for 12 years. Just speaking in general,
I think
just making a point.
Okay,
What
I
did you
think
do?
I
let
think
the
if I
solo,
could,
solo,
if so, Taj, if I
solo,
could stop, if you
solo. Let
could,
me jump in, solo.
no, I
Go
actually,
ahead, go ahead.
I think that that's an option. I think that if you
It
are a
is.
single person like me, that is an option that you can take. But I think
It is. I
that
gotta
when it
agree with
comes to
solo. So
women
Cairo,
with,
go ahead, solo.
when it comes to women or men with more responsibility, that isn't something feasible that I think someone can do if they have like financial like requirements that they have to take care of. Because doing something like that, I think that if you work it for a period of time and then you eventually quit your job, so because your business is now supplementing your income, that is an option, I think. Yeah. But as it relates to like a normal person, that not normal, because I totally agree. I mean, I think we should create our own. I think we should pay each other, etc. So I agree with that. But as someone that is just working as a normal American, Black American that isn't conscious. They're just trying to figure out how they're going to afford rent, how they're going to afford license stuff. I think I think that's the other foot, is that some people have more financial responsibility that they can't sort of work both things at the same time, because when they go home, maybe they got to be a mom. So it's just other things that people could be going with where that route wouldn't be as feasible. But I do agree, as far as the Section 8, like I think that Section 8 is such a small budget in the American system. Like they spend billions of dollars on other things. And to hear people sort of compare that to be sort of like a big thing, like this big, massive budget for Section 8, I think that Section 8 is the least that the government can do for people who are struggling in their country. And they don't have enough of it. Like the list to get on Section 8 is 3 years long. They don't open it, so they make it harder for kids. So there is just not a lot of people on Section 8. These people spend billions of dollars on weapons, billions of dollars on wars, billions of dollars on sending aid to start wars with other countries. These people spend so much money on all of this terrorism in this world. But when I hear people complain about Section 8, I just can't even fathom like what would be the issue if the government decided to help 10 million Americans out of 380 something million of us. Like what is wrong with them spending their money to help people who are struggling in our country? Because you don't qualify for Section 8 unless you're in poverty. So you
Below the
don't
poverty line.
qualify.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so you don't qualify. So anybody who's making any more than $1,000, anything like that, you're not qualifying for Section 8. So I don't understand what the big issue is with people. And then you have to have kids. So if you're not struggling as a single adult plus a kid, you don't qualify for that. But so what is, and they bail out these companies. So they provide them with billions and billions of dollars, our dollars as taxpayers. We pay into this system and they spend their money helping their billionaire friends. But then you have us as the poor people, the bottom 99%, we're fighting and mad about someone who's doing worse off than us getting a little help from the government. I mean, it's not a lot. They cut it every year. So it's just, I guess I just disagree with that sort of notion, because
There's nothing wrong with that.
I see that the money that this country spends, of our money, taxpayers, that don't even benefit us at all. But at least we have a mom off the street with her kids, a shelter here, and I guess, never mind.
Now, well said.
So what we
Let
was
me, Jamie.
talking about was, go ahead. I was specifically to talk about, because you got programs that's synonymous to Section 8, right? I understand that it's more than to just Section 8. I'm not just focused on Section 8. We were specifically talking about, what's in the bill, what's hindering people. That's what I was speaking on.
So here's what stood out to me. Cairo, when you got to the part about, people been on the job for 12 years, it's a career psychology. It goes back, it's a generational thing. So I guess I would ask the question, is a federal job a career job?
Absolutely.
I
The
agree.
federal
Solo, I
government
agree.
has so many benefits for people who work, and you can retire after 20 years.
And that's what people are used to. Right.
And
So
like
Cairo,
literally, you can work in the government, you can get a government job at 25, and you can retire at 45 and go get another job and be getting that pension
or live
for the
off your
rest of
pensions.
your
Right.
life.
So Cairo, I think and there's nothing wrong with what you said. I learned from both perspectives. But if anything was to be, and I'm trying to choose my words carefully, let's say Martin. So I think the best generation to speak to that would be like our parents' generation, who had if our parents got a government job, or our grandparents,
That
they
was a
held
good
on to them
job.
jobs.
Yeah,
We're different,
absolutely.
Cairo. So that's all I wanted. I wanted to speak on something else, but I'll get to that later. Go ahead, Jamie. You got it.
All right. So a lot was said, obviously. So for me with Trump, like I said from the beginning, damn, why do I have an echo?
I don't hear an echo, but I'll mute myself just in case it's me.
I definitely had one.
Yeah, no echo over here.
But like I said, I think we spend way too much time with Trump with what we think is the negatives, and then even when it's a
Right.
positive, we don't tend to want to
Right.
even acknowledge it. So, um, when it comes to the him cutting these stuff and stuff like that, when I initially saw that, at least majority of it, I'm gonna use my same analogy that I always use. When it comes to these Democrats and these damn Republicans, they're both bad. Neither one of us is favorable for us. However, you have to pick and choose from something, right? So these benefits that we are speaking of that black people clinch into so much are things that are handicapping us. It
Exactly.
really is, bro. It's handicapping the hell out of us to so much to just like the comparison what I was saying with AI, so much so that we're reliant on it. And when we rely on that shit, when it's taken away, what you're gonna do then?
That's
Which
my point.
is basically what Trump has done. He's taken that shit away from him. And then like,
Can I
yeah,
jump in? Oh
Solo.
wait. Oh wait, I want to say something.
you can when I get done, I'll sit here and listen to y'all for like 40 minutes. But anyways, uh,
Go ahead,
I mean,
Jay.
y'all know I did. I didn't say a word. I let y'all cook. But
You did. That's why I started laughing. Like he definitely. But Solo, I know how it is. You be holding that thought. But you're right, Jamie. Go
I
ahead.
was having the same thing. Trust me, I wanted to interfere with a lot of stuff.
That anxiety, that excited thought. Uh huh.
But anyways, like I was saying, when that shit stripped away, now what you gonna do? And then on top of that, like I said, this is the analogy that I'm talking. I love to compare it with the fishermen. You know that we all know that saying that says, if you give the man a fish, he'll eat for that day. But if you teach him how to fish, he'll be able to survive forever. Right? The
Uh huh.
Democrats are the people that give you the fish. They give you the fish and keep making you relying on it so that whenever basically whenever somebody's giving you something, they can control you. It's that simple. If they give you something, you can control you because they know you need it.
Yep.
It's just like a drug addict. Once they get you hooked on them drugs, they know you're gonna come
Then they take
back.
it from
They know they can get you to do pretty much anything they want you to do because now they got you hooked. And
you.
that's what they're doing when they give us all of these damn benefits. Not saying that it don't help out with certain stuff. Yes, but look at you gotta look at the negative side of what it does to us. Now the Republicans philosophy is basically we ain't finna give y'all motherfuckers no
No
handy.
handouts. Right.
This is what you can do. Look, this shit, and this is going back to the fishing analogy. Um, the person that's tell you like one of them give you the fish, you come to them like, yeah, all right, here, I'm gonna give you 2 fish a day. Don't worry. Every time, just come back. All you got to do is do this and do that. I'm gonna give you fish every time you need it to come in. And then the next one who got a bunch of fish over there, you come to them and they tell you, I ain't giving you shit. I don't care how much I got. But this is what I will do. Here's a rod. I'm gonna teach you. You see how I'm doing it. You see how I'm catching. You see how I caught got the bait, and put it on there. You see how I hook it, and I catch it like that. If you can learn that shit, then you can be just like me. That's the much better route to me than somebody who keep giving you the fish. So that's how I see it when it comes to that shit with the cutting the benefit stuff, bro. Like, um, obviously a lot of our families and stuff like that started suffering, but like I said, it's because they're too reliant on it.
Complacent.
Yeah, and they just don't want to, and then they don't want to be as accepting to change because once we get to this point and all of us are off that shit, bro, because that's what black people do. We survive. That we have historically done this shit. You know how much shit has been done to us, and we keep surviving. So this is just another, one of those things that we're just gonna learn to survive with. And then now that we like eventually we're gonna be like, bro, we don't need food stamps. We don't need those extra little benefits and stuff like that. We good. We learned how to work the system, which is what we need. And Takari kind of made a comment earlier. I took it out because y'all was cooking so long. I just said fuck it. But he said something that made a lot of sense. They don't teach financial literacy in our schools. He's telling the truth when he said that. That's one of the huge part of, bro. It's so much stuff that dealing with finances, bro, that I had no clue about until I was like damn near sophomore in college. They not teaching that shit. That's our one of our biggest issues. He's not lying when he said that. So that's how I see with a lot of stuff that y'all going back and forward with, and like Forrest Trump and how he's affecting us. I look at it another one how Farrakhan was saying, bro, y'all got to learn how to use some of this stuff Trump is doing to your benefit and stop complaining about the shit all the fucking time. We have to
Right, I
get to
agree.
the point. I mean, and I'm pretty much I'm gonna close it. I know Solo, you want to go ahead and go. I'm gonna close it out with that. Go ahead. You can go ahead and give one. I don't want you to lose it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I understand what you're saying. I just think that I guess two things when it comes to the Republicans replacing these social programs. When you say, well, we're going to take it away because we've gotten handicapped on these programs and we're going to take it away and you're going to survive, right? So if that's the analogy, is that
It is.
what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
That's how
I
I
Yeah,
see it.
think
Mm-hmm.
and that's how
so
we always have been.
right,
Right.
but why would there be something as an option when we know that they haven't given us sort of a replacement with it? They're not saying, okay, ma'am, quit your job, because in Memphis it's 7.25 is the minimum wage. Quit your 7.25 job and we're gonna make you go here so you can get a certification and you can increase your program. So now as a Section 8 tenant, you can now afford your rent. That's not what they're doing. They're cutting Section 8 and they're telling you go find somewhere for you to afford rent. And I think that when it comes to things like that, we just haven't seen the growth in the economy that will allow people to sort of make a upward move like that in their economic power as individual people. So if this lady is working at, she has Section 8, but she's working at McDonald's making 7.25, we're saying you've gotten comfortable with that. So we're gonna take away your Section 8 and have you go figure out where you're gonna live now because you got complacent with the rent amount or you
Well,
got
basically, what
complacent with
he
the
did
food
with
stamp.
that though
But
is
I'm
just
not if I could finish. So you're saying cut those programs, cut your food stamps, cut your state assistance that you're getting, all of that. We're going to cut that and have you go survive off the 7.25. I think the alternative would be like, okay, well, while you're on Section 8, maybe you need to go get a certification and we'll pay for it so you can increase your income. That's not what they're doing. They're just cutting those things and saying, go find a better job. But what if I don't have skills? Go find a better job. We don't see that type of growth in people's individual economic power without some type of formal education, some place where they've gotten a better economic opportunity. You just can't have this person making minimum wage and then you cut all of their benefits and now they're sort of relying now solely on their 7.25 job to be able to afford their living because they're gonna survive it. That's not, to me, that is not an option. That is something that hurts people more than it helps them. If you're saying that you're gonna cut their benefits and leave them without their benefits that they have gotten accustomed to, and then have them figure it out and survive, especially as Black people, as disorganized as we are. I think that is not a good idea.
so I'm gonna make 2 points. One, I want to say about the Section 8 thing. To my knowledge, I could be wrong on this. If somebody knows more about this, correct me if I'm wrong. But to my knowledge, he put a 2 year interval, 2 year thing on it that you only can have Section 8 for 2 years. Am I wrong on that?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. So basically, he's not just throwing your ass out saying fuck your Section 8. He's saying you gotta have 2 years because me personally, everybody don't know this. I'll tell the child a really quick story. When I first moved to LA, I was homeless for a while. And I had to get I actually applied for Section 8 because during my first years, I was broke and wasn't making nothing. I had to, I was looking for housing. So it was like you said, it's a long list on the Section 8 list because um because there's so many people already on it. But if you take the 2 years and you then find a way to come up, then you get taken off. You know what I'm saying? That gives other people that's also struggling. Cause look at Los Angeles. Look at Los Angeles. It's so many homeless people out there that can't get on Section 8 because the slots are filled. But if they only have a certain time period that they can be on it, and then next you give the next group time to get on it, I think they can help. Because bro, 2 years to me, 2 years of only paying $30 for rent and barely paying anything on your light and stuff like that, and then you work. First off, if you're making $7.25 hour, you shouldn't have one job. I'm just being honest. You shouldn't have one job. You should have more than one. But if you do that and you're on Section 8, you have two jobs that's paying. Let's say you got two jobs that's paying at 7.25, and you manage your money for 2 years, bro. You should be up.
In your opinion, you should be up. But that's not realistic for everybody. In your opinion, you should be up.
Well, this is the thing with sacrifice coming, right? So I'm going to tell you about sacrifice. I just want to make a comment. So I was working, right? And I have a partner, me and my boyfriend, right? And I told him, instead of, buying, I wore the same shoes for like 2 years. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck that, because we have an objective. I want to get this food truck because I want to create opportunity. So all the unnecessary stuff that we don't need cable. You know what I mean? Let's not fuck that. Let's exit that cable bill out. I don't need no iPhone 11. You know what I mean? I'm cool with my own for iPhone 5 because I have an objective. You know what I mean? And I wasn't making that much. But two incomes is better than one, and we have a plan. We had a strategy. So I said, we're going to save this money. In 2 years, we saved $30,000. Well, more than 30, but that's what we bought the food truck with. We gave them $30,000. You know what I mean? So this is my point that I'm trying to make. It's opportunity. No matter if you have slow motion is better than no motion. If you got a job that's paying $7.25, that's still better than a motherfucker that ain't got no job making nothing. You know what I mean? You could take $3 and that 50 cents instead of going buy a perm to perm your hair, instead of going to do this and put that shit to the side. You got to put priority before wants. And that's what a lot of people don't do, And my point, that's my point. And like I say, people get complacent. They got these programs. They're like, we making $77.25, just like, we'll go back what she's saying. This like that Kanye West song said. Remember when he said, when it all falls down, they make so much that they can just buy a car, get some Air Jordans, and they're comfortable with that. They're not looking at the bigger picture.
Right.
But then you got some people out here, we sacrificing. We like, no, fuck that, because something's going to happen. And when it happens, I want to be prepared.
Yeah.
So that's my point that I'm trying to make. Too many people being complacent, and how Jamie say, y'all get on these Section 8 programs, get their ass out of the way, recycle them. It's other people out here that need that opportunity so that they can be able to come up too. You want to be on Section 8 for 10 years paying $30 a month, or these housing programs, living in
And
these
still,
projects
you know
paying
what's
$20
crazy?
a month.
You know what else is crazy about that? And that's what I was going to get to. These people that's on this Section 8, bro, be still broke, bro. And I know she's saying, in my opinion, but this is
Yeah.
my thing. This is my thing. Like you said, if you're working your butt off saving, which is what you should be doing. I'm just being honest, bro. You should be doing it. I'm not saying that we all do it, but we all have our own flaws and stuff that we do and stuff like that. We spend money on shit that we probably shouldn't spend it on. We all
That's what I'm
do.
saying. You gotta cut. You gotta sacrifice.
But yeah, exactly. That's where the sacrifice comes in. Like, bro, if you know this is what it is, and I'm not even attacking, saying that the people don't deserve to be on the Section 8. What I am saying is it's here already. And I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing because, like I said, I was a victim of it, and I know there's so many other people that was wanting to get on Section 8 and they couldn't because the slots were filled. So if you can't find a way to, now that you know you only got 2 years to cut, like you said, let's not get that perm, let's not get them J's, let's not get this don't be good trying to eat luxurious food and stuff outside and stuff like that, and now other clothes, other things that you just don't need. Only deal with necessity for those years, bro. You're gonna be up. That's the only way you can't be if you're doing unnecessary spending. Now, if you have different multiple kids, then that's different. But it's hard to do it when you got kids.
That's the only way you qualify for Section 8 is if you have kids.
No, it's not.
That's because I
Or
know a few men that's on
No, it's
Section 8 and
not.
them niggas ain't got no kids.
I
or
know some.
Wait, but I need to say something real
which
fast. It's
state
important to everybody.
which
If you
state
got
do
money,
which state do you or do you
In
not have to
California, I
have
know some
kids?
right now.
So there is no kids on there that they have told them that they're taken care of. Not that they don't have kids, but if there's a kid
My
that they're
brother
saying
right
they're
now,
losing right there.
Darius Centrail Miles, right now, they're putting him on there for Section 8 because of what's been going on with him. And he has no kid.
But he's like unable to work, right?
Somewhat.
That's
But
what Trump was saying.
yeah,
Exactly. Exactly. These are people who can't. These are not people making $50,000, $60,000 a year. These are people who are living in poverty. But I think that's beside the point.
I understand.
But I want you to keep going because I have a response to that. What you're saying.
wait, I gotta tell you something real fast. If any one of y'all got money and y'all trying to invest and you trying to save, keep it to yourself. Don't tell nobody. Don't research what you trying to invest in on the phone. Go to the library. Don't do nothing on these phones. Don't talk on these phones because they listening. And you might be thinking, oh, I'm a little nobody. I'm not a mogul. I'm not a big figure. They're not gonna come after me. Lies. Lies. Especially if you trying to make a change. Especially if you're trying to make a change. They'll send a CIA agent to your ass and you won't even know it. They'll set up a whole elaborate scam just to steal your money. Especially if they trying to know you trying to do something beneficial in your community. They don't want that. So listen to what I'm telling you. If anytime you about to invest with somebody, go to the local county clerk office. Make sure this person don't have any lawsuits. It's all public record, public information. Make sure they don't have any lawsuits. Make sure they don't have any prior convictions. Do all of this if for any company, any corporation. Cause they out here scamming, and we're in a system. If they know you're trying to do something big to make a difference and you conscious, they're gonna try to block you. And that's what I want to see. Because that's important. They listening and they watching. And you might think, damn, I'm a nobody. I ain't shit. No, you not. No, you not. It only take that one person, you know what I mean, to come out of nowhere and create opportunity. And they want to stop you. So keep it to yourself. Don't research on this phone. Everything you're doing on this phone, they keeping track of. That's how you know. You be like, damn, I was just thinking about that. How that pop up? You got to be very careful because let's say, Taj, if you Google something on your phone, or Jamie, a Solo, some information, and I try to Google something, certain information is going to come to you that's not going to come to me. You may have access to more than I'll have access to. I may be limited. You know what I mean? Because I did it. I say, let me research something off my phone and see what'll pop up, and then research something off somebody else's phone. They had so much information come up. I'm like, what the fuck? Why don't I? And I Google through the same search Google engine. But that's because I be talking a lot of conscious shit. In the government, they don't want conscious people to come up and rise because they want to have control. So I'm telling y'all, if y'all got some money, y'all trying to invest, don't research nothing on your phone. Don't tell nobody. Keep it to yourself and just do it. That was my biggest mistake because they stole my money. So I just wanted to let y'all know because it's important. They got me. I don't want them to get nobody else.
Okay, appreciate that insight. But yeah, to finish up, I know she wanted me to finish up. To finish up what I was saying, it's weird. It's like nobody else gets the echo but me. I don't know why. But anyways, do y'all hear it when I be talking?
I hear it.
Okay.
Let me mute mine and see if that's it.
No. Yeah. I mean, but anyways,
now he not echoing.
Yeah, I'm not. But what I'm saying is that with the Section 8 stuff like that, though even with the, I think it should be some conditions, you know what I'm saying? Like people with a disability that is incapable of working, a job. Yes, they should have it. Because I mean, there's really nothing they can do. It's certain people that are just really incapable of working. You do have such people.
Right.
And like maybe, you know what I'm saying? Honestly, I think that's really where it should end. Because like to be honest with you, even the and I know this is gonna sound harsh to certain people, but it's the truth. Even the kids aspect of it. That is gonna teach people to stop, stop having all these kids with people that not willing to stick with you or capable of being there with you to take care of those kids. We gotta start holding ourselves accountable with this, and that's on both sides. You know what I'm saying? It's not I'm not going to single it out to say it's a woman thing or a man thing, but either way, it needs to stop, and you give other people opportunities to be on it that actually needs to be on it. That pretty much what
I wanted to say what you said right now, but I didn't want to say it because I'm a woman. So coming from a man is different. But I was thinking the same thing, like these women having these kids with all of these men. You know what I mean? Then they playing a victim. We got these kids. It's hard, but as being a woman, you know what I mean? Intuitively, when a man not right or when he is, and you just laying up there having them babies trying to trap him, and now he gone. Like we women. This is something nobody have to tell us. You just know. Now you're trying to, so I want to say that, but coming from me, being a woman, I'm like, it's going to sound harsh because they're going to be like, oh, you a woman? And I'm like, man, but that's a valid point.
Accountability. That's literally what it is.
Because I knew I was with a few people. Hell no, I ain't having no kid with him. This nigga ain't shit. No, indeed, no. No, indeed, no.
Yeah. What else?
Okay.
What else?
So I just wanted to respond to that, Jamie. I mean, I live in Arizona. I'll be honest with you. In order to get cash assistance in Arizona, first of all, the amount is very low, but you can only get it for 12 months unless you have something else going on with you. But if you able-bodied, you usually only get 12 months of cash assistance in Arizona. So I understand that they have been implementing these little laws that says you can only get certain benefits within certain amount of years unless there's something going on with you. I just think that instead of telling the government, let's give these poor people 2 years to get their lives together, even though we're not going to do anything to help, we're going to help you for 2 years, tell you to get it together for 2 years, and then I'm going to put you off of government assistance so I can let someone else move in. I just think that's very, I mean, that's a good argument for the government because they're the ones paying for it. But for me as a citizen, I'd rather say to the government, well, how about you guys build more Section 8 housing for people, for more people who need assistance, regardless of how long they need it? Maybe you try to invest in these people. Maybe you try to help them get trades or go to school or increase their economic system before you kick them off of state assistance and leave them to, this economy that you have that people can't survive in. So for me, that's just the option. Is to give them more money because I don't, to me, when I hear people sort of scrutinize government assistance, it always seems to blame the people who are receiving the benefits instead of the government who creates this economic system that people cannot survive on, or that it relies on cheating poor people out of money, giving them fees when they don't have stuff. So it's the whole system in America is to feed off of the poor people. It's just that a lot of times when people earn less than we do, well, for me, less than I do, that they, to me, get taxed harder than I do. Right. So I don't know. Maybe I have an empathy for them. But I just feel like we spend a lot of time trying to scrutinize the people who are receiving these benefits and not the economic environment that we live in. Right
I got a
now,
question
rent
for you.
is crazy. Right now, expenses is crazy. Right now, we are, as America, we're developing all of these adults who can't afford college, they can't afford to go to trade, or maybe they have a few kids and they can't do that, right? Maybe they have made a few mistakes, but you also have education. The cost of education is expensive. The cost of getting a 725 job because you just graduated from high school and you have no skills, right? That costs you a lot because you're not able to make the money because you have a low skill job. So
You
we
know,
have to consider the opportunities that this system creates for people because you can say that, oh, I made it. Well, I feel as though everybody have the ability to make the same decision I did when I decided to get my life together. I don't think that everyone is awarded those opportunities, and if they're not, then I don't think that we should say, well, you need to figure it out. I don't care what you need to do, but you need to. I just don't think that that's realistic, and it's fair. I just think that people are going around in this world going through all type of stuff, and instead, especially we as Black people, like to me, I find that to be probably the worst aspect of it because we're the ones that's at the bottom. So of course we're the ones that's going to be targeted the most. And then you have us as Black people who don't have any economic power to help these people who are getting kicked off of these government programs. For us to be sort of celebrating that just seems to be doing more harm than
So
not. I
my
mean,
thing is,
Black
celebrate.
people, it's not like Black people are going to now start providing this assistance to the people who are receiving these governmental programs. So I just don't think that that's something we should be celebrating.
I'm gonna say this and I'm
Instead,
gonna
we're
let it
like,
go.
damn, it's fucked up.
Some Black people are so ignorant they don't want to learn. That goes back to what you were saying. Some Black people rather just have the fish be given to them, and they don't want to learn how to fish themselves. And the more ignorant they are, the more dangerous they are. You could try to bring a hoist you can lead a hoist to the water, but you can't make them drink it, and they dangerous. And that's what we realizing. Sometimes, Black here give you an example, and then I'm gonna just go ahead on about my business. It was a Black man. I had locked my keys out the house, and I was calling Yaki, and he couldn't hear me, so I needed to use the Black man phone. And I was like, "Excuse me, brother, can I use your phone? I live right here." And I locked my keys. That Black man looked at me like I had shit on my face and just didn't say nothing to me and walk off. And the Mexican man was sitting right there and say, "Here, sister, you can use my phone." So I can't always go off of color, because evilness is in every culture, every race. Every culture, every race. And you got these Black people out here, the white man not killing them. They doing more killing themselves than anybody, and you can't tell them anything because they ignorant. Even these black women, they want to be on these programs fighting each other, watching this goddamn them negative lurid TV shows where they beating each other up. They walking around angry. You can't even give them a compliment and say, hey sister, your hair cute. They looking at you like they ready to fight you or ready to take off on you. They are ignorant. I have to stay away from them. I run when I see them because they have this angry aura on them. And they don't
Right,
look
but
at the
can I ask you a
Caucasian.
question? Because you
Sure.
talked about earlier about us being programmed, and I agree with that. I agree that we have been heavily programmed. So do you think that it could be that these people have fallen to that, and it's not, and maybe they haven't gotten to the wrong where you are, where you've been able to acknowledge that and realize that and maybe fight sort of that demon, right? But what about people who are not as fortunate as you that can't fight those demons, so those demons are attacking them all the time? Like, do you think that it's something that they should be able to do, they have free will to do, or have they been so institutionalized? And then
So
I think the other thing is, I just think that these sort of opportunities, I don't think America just has a history of just being this bowl of opportunities for black people. But that's beside the point. I really wanted us to talk about like the programming, like in the hostility that black women have amongst each other. Could that be a result of what this system and this oppression that we've been going through? Could that be a response to that? And are we now blaming the victims of the
so I'm
oppression?
not I'm not like scolding or condemning anybody. I gotta protect myself first. And I would never scold anybody because, I was once unconscious and programmed out there too. But I always knew intuitive wise that I wanted to be liberated, it's within all of us. But I have to protect myself because I don't have self-hate. I love who I am. I love the skin. I love the body that I'm in. But a lot of, black people, they have a lot of self-hate because they program. And I'm aware that, they're being programmed and conditioned during these TV shows. So I got to protect myself because they're angry, and you can't just, I can't explain it. Like, I see my black sisters all the time. And when I see them, I be like, damn, they so beautiful, and I want to give them a comment, but they have this angry, negative energy on them. And I don't want to be attacked. So I can't. Then you can't like give them information because they angry. If they don't have that knowledge and you do, they angry because you know it and they don't. And whenever it comes to anything dealing with us, they want to march and they want to talk. But when it comes to them going at each other, they want to attack, fight, and kill. And I'm saying, why don't y'all use that same energy towards the enemy? That's all I'm
It,
saying. So I
I
have to
think that
protect
a lot of
myself.
I think that comes from, I mean, I don't know if you believe in this or not, but there's a letter by Willie Lynch where he instructed America on how to create the people we are today. Like, I don't know if you believe
Right,
in it. I don't know if you believe in us having post traumatic slave disorder, where
right,
we are heavily
That's true.
institutionalized and we hate each other like we're the ones oppressing each other,
right.
but it's really the system that has created this environment amongst each other. So
Right.
I mean I'm not ignorant to what you're saying is completely true. I believe that I just have empathy for those black people who are unable to give you that benefit of the doubt, because unfortunately we have been institutionalized and we don't have that love for each other. But maybe I'm going to be the first black person you met that actually help you out and maybe change your perspective on your people, right? Maybe I'm going to be the one to help you every time I see you, or maybe if you need me for something, I'm going to help you as much as I can because I want to sort of be the change in our community that we want to see. Maybe this, I mean, like this one thing that I do that I think that is sort of known in the black community. I don't know, but like if I'm out at the airport, if I'm out in public, especially like in different countries, and I see a black person or a black lady, I do like the smile. That little fake like smile that white people give us. Like I give that to them. I compliment them. I say you're so beautiful. Like
Uh-huh.
I make it a bit. I make it a deal if I walk past a black person and I don't know them. I say good morning. I say hey, how you doing? I say like someone from a different race could walk past me and I not say anything. But if a black person walk past me, I'm gonna make it my effort, my deal to say hey, how you doing? Happy Friday. Hope you have a good weekend. I like your hair. I like your boots. Whatever. Because I want to create that sort of environment amongst us where I don't know.
Now you
I mean,
know
I just have empathy for them, empathy for our
that's the key
brothers and
word.
sisters who are
Uh-huh.
struggling more than I am in this society. Like I only live good because I got a good job. If I was to lose this job, I would be struggling with every other American, every other black American who just has, a normal job earning 40, $50,000 a year and they are struggling right now.
I see
So
the
quick,
content person in it that's still like you're missing the point. No one's saying nothing about the struggling people. That's not the thing. That was never my point. My point is one, you gotta learn to deal with what is here. That's the first thing I was trying to point out. Two, they're not the only struggling class. What I'm saying is Section 8, it is lots of people.
Right.
The echo is back. It is lots of
White
people
people.
that are trying to get on Section 8 too. They can't get on it because these people are taking up all the slots. So what about their struggles? The people that's on it, the only one who deserves to benefit something from their struggles? No.
And you don't think that it's the government's responsibility if they see so many people need
I
Section
was
8?
going to get to that.
If
Please let me finish. I was going to get there.
if you're saying that if so many people need Section 8, it's not the government's responsibility to increase the budget to be able, because why are these people struggling in your country?
Let me get to that's what I'm trying to get to. So first off, the reason why a lot of us are struggling, and I hate to say it, because I used to think like that too, I promise you. A lot of it is because these some of the folks just refuse to put in the work to help themselves. That's literally the truth. I know so many of my brothers and friends that are victims of this. They're like they'll sit there and complain about the shit that's happening, but you'll have the stuff right there in your face to get it done, and you refuse to do it. Now, and for it's a government thing, the government isn't gonna just give, especially us, things. We know that. That's what I'm saying. Stop putting yourself in a box, bruh, and learn to be able to dig yourself out. Think about it from this perspective.
Dig myself out
Uh,
of what?
please
This
stop over talking to me.
collapsed economic system, like the fact that inflation is going crazy. Dig myself exactly out of what? Because if I'm in a negative every time I get paid, I don't have savings. I don't have a dime to save. So what are you saying? Get a third
You're not
job?
allowing me to say it.
After you stop talking, I just want you to sort of, because you're giving
Wait,
a solution,
James.
and I'm saying that's not a solution.
I didn't even get to the solution part. I was addressing the issue.
What do you
You didn't allow me
mean?
to get to the solution.
What do you mean?
quick point. Can I throw a quick point out there? Uh,
Jeez.
so as we move forward, the jobs that are known to be safe from AI are going to be mental
Wait,
health therapy
Jamie,
and
remember
social workers.
Malcolm X? I just wanted to say this, right? Remember Malcolm X and Harriet Tubman, they both made this statement. Retrospectively speaking, we have to keep this in mind. Harriet Tubman stated, I freed millions of slaves and knew that they were slaves. She had to keep it pushing. Malcolm X asked the question in the Maz. He said, how many of y'all love y'all freedom? Everybody raised their hand. He said, how many of y'all ready to die for y'all freedom? Only 1% at 99% that didn't raise their hand because them going. But I can't have empathy for lost souls or lost spirits because they figurative. So that's how the government thinking. They thinking like when you sleep, they up. When you up, they sleep. They thinking 10 years ahead of you. They understand this analogy. You can't focus on the ones that's not getting it. You got to focus on the ones that got it. And that's my thing. I can't have sympathy on a person that's like Keaton getting beat, whipped, being pimped by the program, and I'm trying to give them, teach them how to fish, and they don't want to learn how to fish. They just want me to give them the fish. I got to keep it pushing.
Look, but let me
That's
get
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
part for the government that I was gonna say. Look at this is how the government is looking at it. Remember, if giving them more housing, because you said create more, put more in the budget to create more housing. So basically, more Section 8 housing. Does that increase or decrease the economy? It doesn't increase it. So they're not going to do that. And what that's going to do is if they keep on making more and more because more people need it, I'm telling you what niggas are going to do. They're going to start leasing on it. They're going to start, everybody's going to start totally relying. Bro, I just got this Section 8, bro. Yeah, apply for the Section 8, apply for the Section 8. They keep on creating more. That's what they're going to do. I promise you. I know.
Okay, but what if it is a million? What if it's
Because you're
100
holding
million
yourself
people in a
back.
year?
That's what I'm
No,
trying to
let's
get
just
you.
say it's 20 million people that are cheating the government right now out of $100 million. Let's just say $1 trillion per year in Section 8. What is wrong with that?
No one is saying that. You're steady missing the point.
No, I don't
You
think you.
are because
I think
what the
that's
point
not your
I'm making
point.
is you're holding
After I call
yourself
you
back
out
when you do
on that
that.
bull crap, Jamie. That is bull.
How is that? Hold on. How is that bull crap when I'm telling? So you just got to saying that if they're relying on this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Basically, that there's nothing wrong with them sitting on the government assistance and stuff like that because they need it and stuff like that. Cool. But what I'm saying is that helping them survive or is that helping them prosper? It's just helping them survive. It's a lifeline. What I'm saying is we need to be thinking of ways to push forward. That is not going to help you push forward.
Okay, so what government program is the government? You're saying, okay, I'm giving you 2 years to get your life together. Okay, what is the government going to help them do within this 2 years? Are they giving them, are you saying that I want you to get just 2 jobs and save your money, or am I going to invest in you to increase your economic power?
They're not
Which
going
one?
to invest. If I could say this real quick, the
Exactly. They're
difference.
not going to
Yeah,
invest. That's the
the
But
thing.
see,
Republican.
They're not
that's
investing in these
still
people.
can you at least acknowledge what I'm saying that the point is still being missed. I'm not saying that. The thing I am saying is that this is what it is. I'm not saying that they should or shouldn't be doing that. My thing is I'm dealing with what's in place. So how to move with what's in place. That's what I've been constantly saying.
Question for the panel.
Right, but you're
When
saying that isn't something that you don't agree with that. You don't agree with letting somebody sit on Section 8 for 5 years and they come out after 5 years, they still broke. That you don't agree. You think that they should have a set amount of time that they sit on Section 8 and then we're going to kick you off and let somebody else move in. Because that doesn't help the economy.
That's what no, I didn't
But
say
2 years
me.
is a long time to be Section 8.
I said that's how they're thinking. They're going to do the things to
They
increase the
disagree.
economy. I'm not doing it to increase the economy, but them in the government positions, that's what they're going to do. And this is the way that they came up with.
But two
So do
years
you
on
agree
Section
or
8 on any
disagree?
subsidized program is a long time to be able to save in the transition.
Matter of
I
fact,
mean,
let
if
me
you
go ahead.
can't
Let
save
me
in
go ahead and cook a
transition
little
after
bit.
that, then I don't
Taj,
know.
hold on, real quick, Cairo. Me and Taj, he got to LA a little bit more than I before I did, but we both was on a government program at one point of our life when we was in California. Because I told you I had a hard time when I first came there. Right, my first couple years it was rocky. It was a program called PAP. What they did was they gave you basically 9 months of assistance, but they didn't give how they did it was the first 3 months they paid 100% of your rent.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and they pay your deposit to get in, all of that. Then the next 3 months they pay 75. Then after that, the next 3 months they pay 50. And after that, you're on your own. So what they're doing is gradually preparing you for being capable of, you know what I'm saying, being capable of taking care of yourself. Me and Taj was both in that. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind me sharing it.
No, great program. I can't wait to
We
add on
both
to it.
was
Great
in that
program.
program at one point of our lives earlier in our
Yeah.
LA lives.
Right.
And we also had a friend named Fonzo who also was on that program, right? Me and Taj took advantage of that shit.
Yeah.
Fonzo didn't. He sat. Fonzo had fixed income actually. We didn't. And what he did was he sat there and didn't want to do nothing, bro. And
Right.
they ended up kicking him out. What I'm saying is that if you keep on, certain people are going to take it and thrive from it, but certain people are going to just straight up take advantage of it and not move forward.
Now
Okay, so
here's what.
what's your point? Because I want to make sure that I get the point. Because I don't want to.
If y'all give me 30 seconds, if y'all give me 20 seconds, I
Taj,
think I
we
can
can't
bridge
hear
the
you.
points together. Y'all can't hear me?
Can anybody
Yeah,
hear
we
Taj?
can.
I can't hear.
We can.
Why
Solo,
I
you
can't
can hear
hear
me?
him?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me, Cairo? I want to
I'm
make
gonna
this
log out
point
and
in
log back
20
in. I can't hear.
seconds. And I believe this point will bridge Solo point to Jamie point. So Jamie, that PAL program was a great example. Here's the difference. We was working. So PAL was able to help us with finding a place and paying our bills. Not to Solo point, so that's your point for the people who are striving. To Solo point, if you remember this, Jamie, the people who didn't want to work like we was working, they had shelters for them. Now, Solo, let me know if that's what you mean by they have it in their budget to say, okay, the people who don't want to do nothing, provide them with shelters. So you know, y'all get a little hot in the cot, almost like being in the county jail. I remember that vividly because PAF, if you didn't have a job, you can go to that shelter right there on Beverly Street. It's still there, Beverly and Vermont. If you had a job, they'll help you find a place, and they'll do the what they call the sliding scale you just broke down for all of us. 75. I think what it started. You said it started with 100.
Yeah.
100, 75, 50. You on your own. So I think that'll bridge you and Solo point. Solo is saying because capitalism is. It's a system that everybody don't care to participate in. And I'm trying to bridge the gap. So I think the point Solo making is for the people who don't want to participate in capitalism, they still should have somewhere to stay, even if it's a shelter. Solo, let me know if I understood that correctly or not. Because that bridges both of y'all points. So Jamie's saying if you got some drive about yourself, there's programs out there to help you get ahead and ultimately become self-sufficient. If you don't have any drive, here is a hot in the cot for you to sleep in, but you're gonna be sharing, rooms with other people and stuff like that. The choice is yours. Go ahead.
Well, to go ahead and get my point. I was just saying that doesn't help us thrive, giving them that. That's all. That's the only point I was making. I'm not saying take them off it. None of that shit. What I'm saying is that when you're put in a straight up state where you just are allowed to sit there and be comfortable on it, you're going to be able to survive, but you're not going to be able to move forward. That's what I say.
But what if they don't want? So I'm trying to bridge the gap. What if they don't want to move forward, James? Because it sounds
fine.
because
But we're
all
talking
right.
about
So
the whole point of this thing is to help black people thrive, not to keep them motherfuckers the same.
But you said, what if they don't want to survive? Then that's wrong because us taxpayers, that means we have to give a portion of our taxes that create these programs to help people, to help them so that they can transition. And I'm taking, because nobody want to be taxed, so they taking tax out of my check every week, every time. So you can just sit there, be complacent, and do nothing, and I gotta put in all the hard work. Hell no.
We might have to do another show because it sounded like is Taj Solo versus Cairo and Jamie. And I think this is the distinction. Solo made a point earlier where she was like, the government budget, what they pay to house people is peanuts to an elephant compared to what they pay to be the bullies of the world. And what Solo is saying is that they balance the budget a little better, Because here's the thing, y'all, not to pivot, but what happens when AI takes all of our jobs and not all of us are on the poverty line? It's gonna end up like what TK said in the comment section. Damn, hold up, my bad. He said PATH, the program Jamie brought up, PATH sounds very fair. And you're right, TK, at least to me it is, because for the people who solo are defending, the people who don't want to do nothing, they put those people in the shelter. All them niggas got to crowd up in that one shelter. For the people who had drive about themselves, like me and Jamie, our homeboy didn't want to do nothing. He wanted to game the system. They took his ass off the program. And they left him for his, you know what I mean, he had to go to a shelter. But me and Jamie had drive. So we're like, no, we just, hey, thanks for the, the boost, and we got it from here. Just give us a jump, and we got it from there. We ain't gonna keep, when you give us a jump, we're gonna go buy a new battery for our car. We ain't gonna keep depending on somebody to keep jumping our car. That's it. So I think PATH was a good example, but it bridges all of our points. It brings me and Solo together with Cairo and Jamie, because it's saying, for the people who don't want to do nothing, here's a shelter for you. For the people who want to stand on their own too. Huh?
Was that income? How's that income being subsidized from hardworking people like me, you, Jamie, Solo, and everybody? We getting out there every day. We have to go to work. We have to endure all of the obstacles and all of the emotional trauma that comes with, having these jobs. And then you got people that's just being complacent. A part of our tax money is going to just keep them complacent. How is that fair?
Right.
Cairo,
they're gonna take our tax dollars out of our check, whether they are providing that service or not. They're not gonna stop. So once they cut all the social programs, they're still gonna take tax money out of our check.
Well, that's why Trump is going there. That's what he was arguing. That's why he's cutting those programs, so you won't have taxes taken out of your check like that.
Jamie, we got the next topic,
Jamie. But how are they gonna pay for all of those weapons that they send out of America? Like, so America completely subsidizes that Middle Eastern country
that's a fact.
We talk about. Fact, like, they give them 3.8 every year. 3.8 billion every year.
That's a fact,
but
y'all.
We don't complain about that. We don't complain about that.
They live in a good land.
But let an American that's been in this country.
If you don't mind, can you please repeat that last statement you made? I missed it.
What did I say?
My phone on mute. Cut out the echo. Go ahead.
The part that you said about you said they spend some amount of money or something. I missed that.
The United States government sends that Middle Eastern country that we can't talk about $3.8 billion a year to completely subsidize them. Their housing is free, their healthcare is free, their 100%. Education is free. All of that is free, and we're paying for it from our tax dollars.
That's a fact.
We pay for their army. We give them all those weapons, and we give other countries money for weapons for them to start their individual wars. But we as Americans, we don't complain about that. We complain about other Americans who are doing worse off than us, cheating the government out of housing. Come on, y'all.
Who's complaining? You keep on.
You're saying that your issue is that it's going to be a Black American, or let's just use any type of American, living in a house that's being paid for by the government. That's your issue. Those people, they're complacent. They need to be kicked off of government assistance. They're stagnant. They need to be kicked off of government assistance. They've gotten handicapped. They don't want more. They don't want to do more. They don't have the drive that I have. They don't have the ambition that I have. So we should kick them off of we should kick them off of federal assistance, because they don't have the mindset that I have. And I don't want my tax dollars going to subsidize people who don't have the drive that I have.
So who would do that as president?
That is
let's go back to the war. When you said that the government are spending billions of dollars for mass destructions, right? My question is, why is that war being created, and who is at war? Because this is important.
We have a lot of wars that we're funding. I mean, we just stopped. I mean, you can
what
think
culture? What race? Because me personally, I understand the war.
Are European countries. You have
Right.
Ukraine
So
and Russia. Well, let me finish what I'm saying. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer that. So you have Ukraine and Russia. United States just stopped completely funding their war for Ukraine. You saw Biden, every 3 months he was sending them billions of dollars in weapons, our tax dollars, that was being given to defense companies so that they can manufacture weapons and send them to Ukraine. We completely fund NATO. Without NATO, without the United States, there is no NATO. We're also funding the Middle Eastern country that no one can talk about. We give them 3.8. That doesn't count for the additional military support, all of the money we send to them all the time. You can talk about other countries that are proxy wars that America is involved in when it comes to Thailand, Venezuela, Yemen, Saudi Arabia. I mean, all those countries that the United States are spending billions of dollars to bomb. Like, we spend so much money on stuff like that, but we as Americans, we don't complain about that. We don't say, cut the defense budget. Don't cut the social programs that are helping Americans who don't have the drive that I have. So I want those programs to be cut because they've gotten stagnant. But not that maybe America should stop using my tax dollars to bomb these countries, these smaller countries that are struggling because they're all impoverished nations because of like, it's just so much more that we can be fighting the government on, but asking them to cut program. And you see the list, you talked about the list. There's hella people waiting to get on. That means that there's more and more citizens that are not able to provide for themselves in this country. But we fought them, not the government, not the system. We want to kick them off of government assistance, not tell the government, hey, why are all my dollars going to fund this other country and we're here struggling? We don't hear them complaining about that. And I guess that's my thing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe your point isn't that you're mad that people are taking advantage of the federal government and their social programs. From what I'm hearing,
the whole time.
What I'm hearing is that if you're saying kick them off these programs, that's
I
punishing
never said
them.
kick them off the program.
You saying that after 2 years, kick them out?
I did not say. I said that's what Trump is
wait,
doing.
I need to ask the question. What have Ukraine did for us? What have Israel did for us? So why would I be upset because my tax dollars going to contribute weapons of mass destruction to get rid of the enemy, to watch the enemy get rid of themselves?
But who are the enemies? Who
the people that's living on stolen land?
Comment time. Also, let me read a comment because somebody spoke on that Trump said
the people that's living on stolen land.
Hold on, where I think TK put that in the comment. Hold on down. He said the enemy within. Somebody left that comment. Well, y'all carry on because I can't find it. Yeah, go ahead.
So
I
my
can't
point
find
is
it.
right. These wars that are being created, all of those people over there, this is factual. They're living on stolen land. They're not the original people that was there. They came down, captured, killed, raped, and murdered the original people that was occupying these lands.
Okay.
Those are the same people.
I found the comment.
Come over
y'all.
here
What?
and take the benefits from all the Americans.
Who is the enemy?
So
who
hey,
is
take
the
my
enemy
tax
within?
dollars, send it over there. Let them destroy each other. Let them destroy their.
But that's
all right.
okay with
this
you.
Country.
All
right, quick comment. Ronald Robbie said this country has never recovered from the Civil War, and Trump and MAGA are setting us up for another one. That's why he has declared on the enemy within. Who is the enemy within? That's the question. Who is the enemy within?
I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that right now.
You got to scroll up some. I had to scroll a while to find it, but somebody said enemy. I meant to read it earlier. So who would y'all say is the enemy within this nation?
Hold on, I'm about to address another one. I say, hold on, real quick. What you house Negroes don't understand is that every opportunity we've had was given to us by some white folks. We are still dependent on grace of some white.
I agree with this person.
That's a valid comment.
And so that's my comment. Why are we worried about the Caucasians or the Europeans over there?
That's what I was saying. We're too dependent on them. That's the point I was making.
But we have to be dependent on them because we don't have our own institutions. So if Black Americans right now, if white people say I'm cutting off the food, I'm cutting off the water, and I'm forcing you guys to create your own food, your own housing, your own hospitals. What the hell will we do? We do not have our own programs to be able to say, we need to stop relying on them. Okay, we start relying on them. What the hell are we about to do? We're going to be starved because we don't have our own programs. We don't have our own markets. We don't have our own farmers. We don't have enough to produce these type of necessities for 40 million of us. So I understand that the long-term goal will be to eventually stop being self-sufficient on white people in America. But unless we have this system set up, just saying, just stop relying, we need to stop relying on white people. How can we, when we don't, as Black people, have our own system for our people to continue to survive? So
Well,
it's
this,
easy to say, stop relying on white people right now.
Goodness gracious. My
well,
thing,
this. Go
I
ahead,
know
Jimmy.
for a fact, right or wrong. I know the chat can vouch for this or not. This too. I know for a fact today I have talked the least. But yet every time I get ready to make a point, I keep getting cut off. But what I'm saying is that my point was never take them off the phone. I never said I think we should be taking them off there. I said what he's doing is giving them a 2-year um basic program where they have to either sink or swim and get up off there. I didn't say my philosophy is, hey, my thoughts is throw
But
all
you
the
said, you have 2 years so we can let other people get on it.
And since it's silence, let me say this real quick. I think
I'm
because
that
I still didn't
here.
finish the point.
because I don't want us to waste too much time on y'all not understanding each other's point. And I hear all of our. I think we
I
can
don't want
connect
to
the
be
dots of
doing
all of our
no,
points.
I'm allowing everyone else to speak though. That's what I'm
That's
saying. And
true.
now let them
That's true.
finish.
Finish the
I
point.
know for fucking sure I've been consistently doing that shit.
You have. He's the host, y'all. Let's all right, Pipe. You got it, Jamie.
What I'm saying is, bro, is that I've never said that I think we should do that. But that is what he's doing. But what I do think is that we are being way too reliant on them. So what I'm saying is that Black people historically, you know how many times, bro, from reading and watching films and stuff like that on times of us, all the struggles we've been through, slavery, Jim Crow, crack. Now we dealing with the AI stuff that's about to start hitting us now. We have historically always survived. When have we crumbled and just starved and got wiped out? It hasn't happened. It's if you're a religious person or if you're biblical, God tells you that he's not going to ever allow it to happen. So what that tells me is that nobody is holding us back but us, bro. When we finally say, look, I don't give a damn what the government is putting in place for us. I'm going to keep thriving and pushing and relying on myself. I got my brothers, I got my sisters, uncle, all this and stuff like that. We can be our own village, bro. Lean on me. It's gonna be hard. It's crazy. I
I
almost
agree with
started
that.
singing that song. Lean on me, because that song is
But
relatable. What we're talking about right now, bro. If we were to do that and stop being, I'm telling you, stop being fearful of them.
Right,
It's not just with that. It's not just
right.
with what we're
I
talking about.
agree.
It's with everything. We would
Right,
thrive. But we are what makes the world move. They only do it with
right,
us. So that's what I'm
right,
trying to say. I'm not saying throw our brothers and sisters and stuff that's on those files and
right.
programs. I'm not saying that. I'm saying is, does that help us move or does that keep us the same? That's what I've been repeatedly saying.
Or maybe how should we do this? We should start something now, right? Because both of y'all have valid points. I hear what she's saying. She has valid points, you know. I hear what you saying. You have valid points. How she said too, how you just gonna like, take the program away from these people and they don't know nothing else. They're dependent on this program that been set into place 100,000 years. This is all they know. If you take this away from them, what are they going to do? Some people don't have the education. They don't have the knowledge to be able to interpret things, to do things a different way. This is all they know. Do we just throw them out? No, that's wrong. I get that. But then I get what Jamie is saying too. You know what I mean? Like he's never saying cut it off. He's not saying that. He's saying let's help them to be able to transition, just like the PATH program did for us. We could create programs that to do the same thing from her. But then that go back to what she's saying. Some of them just don't know how to do it. So what do we do? And like Taj was trying to do, was trying to bridge that gap. But like how Jamie said, we don't need the government. We can start with ourselves. We have to look at things from everybody's perspective. That's how Caucasian people do. Two brothers might not like each other, but they're going to look at both people's point of view and say, fuck that. Let's go into business together. And they're going to build that corporation from one brother perspective and the other brother perspective. And now they're multi-millionaires. As Black people, we have to learn how to do that. Not just reject the information because we don't see it, or we can't, the other people don't understand what we can't see. We just dismiss them. No, we have to learn. Everything is a learned behavior. We have to learn to kind of like encompass that and work together. So it's four of us right now. We have a platform. Maybe we can try to like create something, you know, and it doesn't take a lot. People think it take a lot. It don't take that much at all. You know what I mean? You can just start with a small seed. You know, let's start saving here. Let's do this. Let's invest our money into that. That's what a whole lot of wealthy people do. See, we only see the end result. We don't see the struggle that they had to go through there to get it. You know what I mean? So it's four of us. Maybe we can put our mind together and say, hey, let's create some type of account. We could start putting this money into this. Let's do something for the people. That was my whole thing when I was getting my food truck. You know what I mean? And like how she say, what about if the government take all this away? How people going to eat? People don't know anything about surveying. They don't know anything about agriculture. They dependent on these grocery stores. They dependent on other farmers. That's how we need to educate ourselves. We should start having courses and lectures about these type of things. Start providing this type of information. Start getting people to engage and say, hey, you know, let's ask for small donations. It could just be $1. And, you know, we can put this money towards something that's going to help our economical system to be stronger, to be able to give back. That's the type of shit that I'm on. But like I told you, the government will always infiltrate. So you got to be careful. And the only way that they can infiltrate is people that look just like you, just like with the Black Panther Party. They didn't have anything. They was just two intellectual Negroes, Bobby Seale and Huey Newton, and they had knowledge. Knowledge is power. You could do a whole lot with knowledge. You don't need, they got so many people that's rich but don't have that knowledge, and the motherfucker that's smart come along and scam them for everything. You know what I mean? So we have to learn how not to condemn, scold, or get mad at Jamie, or get mad at Solo, or get mad at Taj, or get mad at me, because we don't see things from their perspective. Let's see things from their perspective, like how my sister's saying. Okay, I got to see things from her perspective now. You know, what about the people that haven't been dependent on the system? They don't know nothing else. They don't know about farming. They don't know about this. Okay, let's take that into consideration. Let's find a solution for that. Let's find a solution to what Jamie said. We can't be so angry to get mad, condemn, and scold. We got to learn how to see things from people's perspective and use that for the better, not for the worse. Just like Jamie said earlier, it's easier to condemn than to praise. We don't look at Trump and condemn him and praise him for all the good shit we doing, but we so quick to condemn them for the bad things. You know what I mean? So somebody, one of y'all, come up with something. Let's be creative. Let's put our head together. It don't take that much. And that's what I be telling people. It took me and my boyfriend 2 years. That's what I was saying. 2 years is a long time. We saved over 30,000 in 2 years just by cutting off a lot of unnecessary shit and just stacking our work checks. You can do it. It can be done. But it all starts with your mindset. That's all that I'm saying. And it's four of us. We all conscious. We all here. Let's do something.
Well, Jamie, to your point, Cairo, Jamie has already done that. I mean, this UAN network, this could become as big as it could be the next CNN. UAN could be the next CNN. So Jamie has already took the initiative for us, and all we have to do is continue doing what we're doing, showing up, supporting him, and go through that struggle process to flourish, to where Jamie can kind of give us spin-off shows. So I think he's already started. And what's more powerful than news, like news and information? That's what influenced people to develop their attitudes and mentalities. is the stuff we're talking about. So I think he has already started to help big up the platform, and then we go from there.
But then, like she said too, remember earlier she said, we talking about, she used praise, but we ain't praising. We just saying like, let's help them transition. When she was like, you know what, we praising these people, this government for cutting these programs, but us as people don't have anything or can't provide anything for them to fall back on. That's why I say you got to look at other people things from perspective. So, we should start a solution for that. Okay, well, how can we do this? How can we help our people? I've always been on that. You know what I mean? Like all my life. But like I say, this government, when the matrix real, when they know you like that and you really 100% like that, they coming for you. And you might think,
They
oh,
coming
I'm a
for you.
little nobody. Yeah, you might think
Right.
I'm a little nobody. And look, I saved over 30,000. When they knew what I was gonna do, they scammed me out of my money. That's what I'm
Okay,
telling y'all.
so
Like, this shit is real. It's really real. They want to keep you down. They want to keep you oppressed because that's the only way that they can live is if you suffering. They feeding off of that. So
That's right.
we
So
got to
yeah,
see everything from people's perspective. We got to see it from her perspective too. Because her shit is valid. These are concerns that
okay,
all
just like
let
of
me,
she
them,
let me-
mentioned.
all the points
Yeah.
can be
real quick,
connected for sure. Go
Yeah,
real
ahead,
a
quick. I'm
Jay.
gonna
million
get
people
this
seeing
point
it
out.
her way too. Just like a million people seeing it me and Jamie way. I got other people seeing it that way too. So we just gotta look at everything. Then you got Taj. He the diplomat. He in the middle trying to bridge everything. But I get everybody perspective.
And look, this is my thing. I was never, if you pay attention, I was agreeing when she said stuff that I agree with. I agree with it stuff too. I like it's never was an attack. In fact, if you pay attention, none of my words was to attack anything that she was saying ever. I was just saying that this whole point of us, and it's crazy that we went this one. Of all these topics, I expect this one to be the one that heat like this, which is I mean, this is good, but I didn't expect this one. But what I was saying the whole time is that doesn't push us forward. That was my whole point. And like I think this goes without saying. I shouldn't have to say this, but I'm just gonna say it just because each and every one of us on this, well, all three of y'all that's on here, I've been knowing for at least 7 or more years. I love each and last one of y'all. I
Oh,
would never
Appreciate
seriously, I would never purposely disrespect either one of y'all that's on here. And I'm pretty sure all y'all can say, he never just, went at me and deliberately disrespected me. Because
That's true.
I just don't do that. But what I'm
Right.
saying, we can have disagreements.
right.
And what my frustration that kind of came out, it was never towards nothing that she was saying or any of y'all was saying. My frustration came from that I know for sure I was waiting patiently to speak. And when I
You
got ready
did.
to speak, it kept getting cut off. And I waited like 5 times before I kind of let it out. I'm like, bro, dang, can y'all stop doing it?
Right.
That's what that frustration came from. It had nothing to do with the topic.
Quick, quick question. If all of us was the president, Jamie, you can go first. Like you say, we didn't really give you much time to speak. If all of us was the president, which means we have the executive power to do something about this, which model will we follow? Will we follow the PATH model, which means we give the people who don't want to do shit a shelter to live in, and everybody who want to strive and thrive push to do so? Or would it be the Trump model? Hey, y'all niggas got 2 years and you gonna survive it?
Well, for me, if I had the executive order to be able to deal with the situation, like you said, I think the PATH model is pretty damn good, but I would have it tweaked. Now this may sound biased, but I think it's fair. Black people, you're up first. You're on deck first. You're gonna get funding to help you with your housing and stuff like that, and a certain amount put into your community because let's be real, y'all are the furthest behind, and we are the cause of it. It's no way around that shit. That's the truth. So they put it the same way, like PATH, give us an amount of years of free housing for a while. You know what I'm saying? And then gradually release it. Because I think if you stay in that, niggas is just gonna find a way to be lazy. I know niggas. So what
So
I'm saying, gradually get them off, like
uh-huh.
similar to PATH. Make sure teach them ways and stuff like that's another. See, that's the big issue where the problem lies. What I meant to address, where the problem lies is that y'all, like Solo was saying, that these people don't know how to do nothing else. A lot of them folks don't know how to do the other stuff, which is true. But that's where the government needs to be coming in at. Bruh, y'all supposed to taught us that shit after the fucking Civil War. You can't just throw them folks out there and shit like that and then don't tell them nothing. Like, bro, if you really like Trump, you saying make America great again. If your motto was truly make America great again, nigga, make it great by teaching. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
This shit
make
was
it great
funny.
again by teaching, these people that y'all oppressed. It's a fruit fly that's trying to mess with these fruit that's on my ass. That's why I keep fanning like that. But like teach these people how to, prosper and how to, be able to create, wealth.
Right.
And then after you rewrite that wrong that y'all did, do the same thing with the other struggling American people. But I'm just saying, I just think fair is fair. We should be dealt with first because we're the
I
first,
agree.
and we the only ones that basically was put into a box for a certain amount of years, while the other ones was able to move. And then we had to start the race last. So
Yeah.
give us our head start like you motherfuckers already done had. Y'all can go
But
next.
when they have, this is their language. They look at us as their natural enemies. This is so they're like, nigga. So a natural enemy is not gonna help a group of people they perceive. This is not our language. This is their language. From some of their leaders saying melanated people, black, more specifically black people, are our natural enemy. So it's like, how do you get around that? We're not looking at them like that. Just like a dog is the natural enemy to a cat. It's not the other way around. The cat don't have no problem with the dog. But every time the dog see the cat, it's attack mode. So if they're looking at us like that, I mean, Jamie, we both already said that they look at slavery as a favor. Like slavery did y'all a favor. It made y'all look better. It helped y'all speak. Y'all the first Negroes to speak English. So how do you handle a group of people that look at you as their natural enemies?
Well, I was just answering your question. You said if I was given the bill of executive order, I was telling you how to
Right.
do it.
All
So
right.
I'm not
Yep.
saying
Good answer.
I was just, they gonna do it. How they should do it. You said if I had the power.
True. And good answer. I like your answer. Like you would do us first, which is really a form of reparations, whether if you want to use that word or not.
Right.
We say, man, let's repair the people broke first, and then we'll get to everybody else. That we right thing. What
Can you hear him? Because I
that's new. All of the morality was on the church side. Without getting religious, let's just talk morality. So the state side, the nation state side, can be as pro-business and cold-hearted as they want to be, because they don't have to worry about the church hitting them with the morality. And again, I'm using church as an academic term, not a religious term. That's it.
I'm gonna just say that if I had the opportunity, I'm gonna be honest, please, y'all. Don't say I'm a feminist come at me for this, but I'm a woman and I don't want that much power. You know what I mean? I'd rather, have a husband and he the president and he can make those decisions. Because, I'm emotional and I don't think rational sometimes. I think with emotions. But I don't ever think, oh, I don't want to be a president. I don't think, please don't get upset at me, but I think like, women should have certain positions. They shouldn't have positions like being a president. That's just my personal own opinion because we're very emotional. We're not rational, but you asked me a question, so I'm gonna answer it. I would love for my husband to be the president and I be the one that he asks for advice. And I sit and listen to his mindset and his point, and I can be able to, tell him, well, maybe if you want to, like, implement certain suggestions, you should do this or you should do it like that. But I would never want to be the president. I don't want I don't want no power like that. I don't think, because I'm a woman, I'm emotional, and I know men rule and they dominate, and this is just my opinion. They do everything 10 times better than women do. And I love for a man to have that position to make those decisions. It's just something about it. So I wouldn't want that. I would want that to be my husband and me to be the sidekick and him to me to listen to what he say and then me to just implement my little suggestions.
Fair enough. Solo or Jamie, whichever one.
I already
For
went.
me, I guess if I was the president, I mean, to me, I would think that it was enough land in the United States where you can give everybody a place to live, whether they wanted to work, whether they have ambition, whether they was handicapped, whether had got accustomed to the social programs or not. Everyone, we got enough land, enough federal land, enough money to build houses for everyone, especially citizens in this country. So it's sort of the route. I wouldn't take neither one of them, Trump route or the PATH route. I would just build it if it was up to me. I know that may be, but for me, that would be the option.
All right.
Somebody asked you a question, Cairo. They said, "What if your husband, if he was president, came to you for advice if he wasn't sure?"
Then that's my job because like I was just like, giving my advice, and my advice would be, see, that's the thing, because it's difficult. You can't answer that question. You know what I mean? Because like I say, we women, so we want to cultivate. That's our nature. We want to nurture. You know what I mean? But in some cases, that's not always the situation. For example, when you about to go to war, and a woman might be like, okay, we not going to kill the women and the children. We going to only kill the men. But you got to realize that little boy going to grow up and he going to want revenge. You know what I mean? So that's why I say, it's better for a man to look at it from his perspective, because he dominates. You know what I mean? I'm a
For sure.
nurturer,
And I
you
mean,
know?
if you for the biblical people, they talked about this in the Bible. God punished who was that? Because he told them to go in there and slaughter everything and every child, every woman, and they didn't listen.
Uh-huh.
And basically, what she's saying is what happened because he didn't listen. He kept what he ended up doing was keeping some of the cattle and kept some of the women and children, but slaughtered
You
the
know,
men.
that's what I'm saying. So me being a woman, naturally, I'm gonna be like, oh no, don't kill a woman, or no, and a man like, man, everything, and they know. So that's why I'm like, I don't want to make them type of decisions. Let him make them,
Yeah.
because he know better.
Yeah. Good
That's
point.
all I'm
And
saying.
good
I
point.
know my position and
Yeah,
I play my part.
Mhm.
valid point. And that's our purpose anyway, to the point Jamie made. Like that Old Testament is bloody. And like you said, Jamie, the God of Israel specifically, the
Mhm.
God of Israel was no joke. When he sent them Israelites in a certain land to do whatever they was,
Yep.
if they didn't do it, they ass was stuck in the wilderness for 40 years.
Yep. He punished them for
Yeah.
like, look, I say
Right.
destroy everything. You gonna keep some of it. Yep. That's exactly what happened. Anyways, people, we set another record. This is the longest one. But this was
Woohoo!
actually
Thanks for having
no problem, Cairo. You're always welcome whenever you want to come back. And like I said, um, I appreciate everybody on this panel. Love everybody on this panel and stuff like that. Honestly, I wouldn't even bring you on here if I didn't respect your intelligence. If I didn't think you was an intellectual person to any degree, I probably wouldn't bring you up here. So that's why I'll never try to belittle anything that anyone is saying. You know what I'm saying? Like that. It's just, we're all just stating our opinion, substantiating our arguments, and going from there. So hey, anybody else want to say anything following up before we close out, or is there any more comments maybe we want to address before we get up out of here?
Ladies,
No, I'm
ladies
fine.
first. Anybody? I got something if y'all ain't ready now.
No,
But
I'm
I'm,
fine. Go ahead.
I just want to say,
all right. So
thanks
Jamie,
for yes,
uh-huh.
and everybody, I love the deep conversation. Solo gave me a lot of things to think about. Taj gave me a lot of things to consider, so did Jamie. Jamie, I always, give him his flowers, because whether he see it or not, he has a brilliant mind, and that's something that I admire about him, because he's not just a one-trick pony. And I say, damn, you know what I mean? Like, that it says a lot about his character, how he can do so much, you know. And I like that about him, and I always love having deep intellectual conversations about him. It's something that's like stimulate my mind when I can have deep conversation and intellectual conversation with a man or a woman that's conscious. You know, it's some type of frequency that passed off. So I just want to thank y'all for having me a guest. You know, it was nice meeting you guys. You know, every time I receive information from somebody, you know, I always internalize that, and it helps me to grow and develop, you know, as a human being, to be a better person. So I just want to thank you guys, you know, for all your information, from all your perspective, and allowing me to see things from a different perspective, because I learned so much here tonight. I don't know about everybody else, but I learned so much.
Same here.
Every
Same.
You know
every
what I mean? A
Sunday,
lot.
Yeah.
every Sunday I learn something. Every
I learned
Sunday.
a lot. So thank you. That's all I got.
Hey, on that note, I would like to make a request that we, and Jamie, but I think we should do a part 2 specifically that poor rich, you know, segment. Because that was pretty good. And we kind of, like Jamie, like you said, we spent the most time on that. And when you look at all of the moral leaders in human history, they all encouraged us, or asked us, in some cases commanded us, to look out for the poor. So when we did that roundtable about if you was the president, and I embraced everybody's answer, when we got to like Solo's point, Jamie, we agreed on the path approach, but Solo is like, well, the path approach, and it's just her opinion on it. She was like, nah, there's enough land in this country. We got enough to take care of everybody. And you know, a person don't want to, that about
Matrix.
Yeah.
Matrix.
So my last point is, you said the Matrix?
Yeah, we couldn't understand you for
the Matrix said that too?
No. I'm saying that.
Oh, all right. So my concluding point is, the people who run this country and the world, their religion, their belief system is survival. Now, I want y'all to think about that tonight before your ass go to sleep. And I'm talking to us as the panel and the people in the comment section, and whether you're listening now or later. So when you're dealing with a group of people whose religion, whose way of life, so when I say religion, I mean their way of life is survival, because they know if they blend in with everybody else, they get eradicated. So it's ironic that we call it the human race, because one of those race groups is trying to win the human race. Now think about that. So it's my last point. While the rest of us are striving for human unity, we're striving for harmony. There's one group that's like, nah, fuck all that. We want to win as much. What is it called? Survival for the fittest? I'll conclude my point right there.
And that's what I was essentially saying earlier. Like, you know, we're gonna need all hands on deck and have the same mentality. Like, we on the very first show that we did here, we kind of touched on that. And I'm gonna say it again. For some people be saying black folks are racist and stuff like that, because of, you know, for the ones that, you know, choose themselves first and stuff like that. And I'll go as far as say, if you want to call us racist for choosing ourselves first, I would go as far as saying we're not racist enough, because the other ones see it that way. They're gonna pick themselves first. They've been doing it. That's why they're ahead. So what I'm saying is, whatever it is, I'm not saying, because some of us are cancers to our own people. A lot of us are, but you got to learn how to deal with them accordingly, and at the same time, still choose yourself.
How does the human race say to one of its group members, hey, look, man, if this is what y'all need to hear, we ready to say it. Y'all have one that all work together. UAPs are. I want to conclude on this point. I'm done. the United States was to admit that those UFOs are real because we are the global superpower. It was 100+ nations that had already admitted, man, those things are real. But when you are the global superpower, you're not quick to just, because if you admit that, guess what you really got to participate in the nations now, because all of us, and there's quotes from President Reagan saying this. President Reagan talking to the whole world when they go have those world leader meetings. He said, I wonder what would happen if an alien race approached the world. We all would band together and fight as a human race. And maybe that's why the UAPs, what they now call UAPs and UFOs, making themselves visible and appearing more, forcing us to work together. But if you still got that one group like want to dominate, you see what I'm saying? You guys know where I'm going with this? If one, now we don't participate, we want to dominate. That throws the whole, and that's it. Everybody stay blessed. Got the Jamie.
I mean, I'm pretty much good. Anyone else want to add something? Oh, let me answer Talia's question real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna do a morning show in the morning. Sorry about that. But yes, I am. And I just thought this comment was funny as hell that Takari said, which is true. Trump is, a hothead who's fueled by his emotions and run up his back.
That's funny.
Because I mean that shit is true, but hey.
He threatened Russia with nuclear bombs because of a tweet.
Right. It's emotions. That's fucking emotions. We gotta definitely have a very emotional president in office right now.
Just the Taj point. Taj made a point about us having a group of humans that want to rule. I mean, I think that the issue is that we consider them to be human and we expect them to have sort of the morality and the values and the consideration as we do. But if they lack that capacity to have those emotions, then we're sort of beating a dead horse. That's where I think we should be at the situation as people who are a part of a human race, to realize that these people are not, or these species are not a part of the human race. I think that's where we're at.
Okay, yeah.
I agree 101%.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that too.
Because when Todd was saying they was human, I was saying I don't think they're human. Them things, you know.
I know. I wanted to say, are they humans? Like
they're humans. Because he was talking about that spaceship. I said, Lord, that's them. That's what he talking about. Them, because they not humans. Them things ain't human at all, and they here too, and they look just like us.
Ghost in the next night show is gonna be Monday.
Where did Taj go?
I don't know. Maybe his battery died, possibly.
Mm.
We're about to close out anyway, though, so it's cool. But anyways, thank you very much to everybody in the chat. Much love to you guys, bro. Especially for y'all that stood in here the whole because some of y'all been here this whole 4 hours. Like this is great. Like that's real love. For y'all that was in there for 4 hours, man, rocking with your peeps. That's mad love, and I got nothing but love, and pretty much the normal suspects that's always in there. Ali, TK, support Kenny, DeMarcus. Pretty much the usual suspects. And Talia. Michael even though you be trolling, you be in here too.
Wait, why Say it's some smoke on the panel right now. That was funny.
And Golson, oh yeah, Golson's been here. Golson was coming at 5. When hold on, you said Bet and Great Lab. I was here the whole time. I always here. Yeah, I'm sorry. You just wasn't coming, so I forgot to mention you. But yeah, you was the first comment, so I know you've been here the whole time. And he part of the usual suspect too. Good conversations and much needed. Appreciate that, Ali. Good night. Be well. Take your medicine to prevent sickness. Well, yeah, my medicine is like, herbs and food. I don't really take medicine. Yeah, I was here the whole time doing hair, giving baths, over there being a mother and listening to. Thank you, girl, Talia. I appreciate that. Girl, mothering and listening to us. I couldn't say much on the stream because I'm sick, so I missed a lot. It's all good, bro. I know you always be here to support. But anyway, though, yeah, I'm about to close this segment out, people, and I guess some of y'all will catch y'all in the morning show, same time, and later on at night, same time. Well, them night shows be changed. I ain't gonna lie, them night shows be changed, but the morning shows time be always the same. But anyway, so thank you to the panel, and that's it. I'm about to end the stream.
All right, see you. Bye. Good night.